Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. Did you know that low-code development platforms can reduce application development time by up to 70% and help businesses deliver solutions much faster? In today's video, we are going to learn about SAP Build plus AI training. SAP Build plus AI is a powerful platform that helps users create business applications, automate processes, design websites, and use artificial intelligence with little or no coding knowledge. It allows organizations to improve productivity, simplify work, and develop solutions faster than traditional development methods. Today, businesses are looking for faster ways to innovate and stay competitive. Studies show that organizations using low-code tools can speed up development, reduce costs, and improve employee efficiency. With the addition of AI capabilities, businesses can automate routine tasks, gain insights from data, and make smarter decisions. It is important because companies across industries are adopting low-code and AI technologies to transform their operations. Learning SAP Build plus AI can open exciting career opportunities and help professionals stay ready for the future of digital transformation. In this course, we will explore the key features, tools, and capabilities of SAP Build plus AI and understand how they are used in real-world business scenarios. Let's dive in.
Welcome to SAP Build with AI Foundations. This is the agenda for this session. SAP Build Apps, SAP Build Process Automation, SAP Build Work Zone, Security and Compliance, where AI fits in low-code development, understanding how low-code development works, AI-assisted form apps, how we can make approval workflows using AI-based summarization and recommendation scenarios, how to keep human in the loop, followed by how to create a sub-account in SAP BTP, exploring the SAP Build lobby, creating a project from the lobby, connectivity and destination APIs, role setup for citizen developers and business users. Okay. What is SAP Build Apps? SAP Build Apps is a low-code platform where you can create web and native mobile apps without coding, evolved from SAP AppGyver with added backend capabilities. Business users who have no prior coding experience can build enterprise-grade apps which runs seamlessly across all the OS, which reduce developers' coding effort for complex logic and boost productivity. You can build apps really quickly using drag and drop functionality. That's one of the main advantage you have from you'll get from SAP Build Apps. What are the features of SAP Build Apps? You can integrate it with SAP user interfaces, which means you can, once you have deployed SAP Build app, you can deploy it to SAP Build Work Zone. So the features or functionalities offered by SAP are tightly integrated. You can also build integrate user interfaces. You can also build integrate user interfaces. What does it mean? It means you have ready to use drag and drop functionality as well as features like adding an input field, adding a button. You can add QR code. So while designing the layouts of the apps, this will speed up and simplify your development very, very fast. You can digitize the whole processes as you are developing everything within SAP ecosystem. So you don't need to worry about the installation, the security, and all other things. And you can integrate it with SAP as well as other backend systems. Let's assume that you have developed a backend API in your client system and you want to link that to this app. You can do that. Now we will look at SAP Build Process Automations. SAP Build Process Automation delivers end-to-end tasks and process automation using RPA robots, workflows, forms, embedded AI, business rules, and decisions. It accelerates the transformation by leveraging 135 tailored improvement recommendations from SAP Signavio Process Intelligence directly into automations. You can use API-triggered actions from Signavio to execute workflow and bots and complements SAP Signavio Process Governance for managing process model approvals. This completes SAP's most comprehensive suite for business transformation and automation. You have a lot of solutions in Signavio like process analysis and mining, process and job, journey modeling, process governance, and so on and so forth. And you can tightly integrate that with SAP Build Process Automation, where you can create processes and workflows. You can create forms and multi-step approvals. You can create task automation. You can define business rules and how decisions will be taken. You can understand the document. You can configure document understanding. What are the capabilities which make SAP Build Process Automation really good? You can design end-to-end workflows in that. Let's assume that a company received a purchase order to fulfill the purchase acquisition. What earlier used to happen, as soon as purchase order is received, a person used to go and check manually in the system exactly how much material and quantity is available. Then they will go to the approvers manually saying that please approve this purchase acquisition. We want to fulfill this order. And after that, the approver had to go and check whether the assessment is correct or not. But with process automation, as soon as the purchase order comes, the system is tightly integrated with backend API, which will check what material and quantity is present. And since it is centralized, the approver, the requester, everyone sees how much material and quantity is available, and the approval becomes faster. Moreover, once the person sends the request to the approver, it will be automatically sent to his email inbox, where as simple as he has to approve it. Once he approves it, it will go to the next step, which has next form. And this way, the process becomes very, very smooth. The second capability would be low-code, no-code tools. We can empower business users with an intuitive drag and drop process modeler. We can build and deploy automations without even writing single line of code. You can integrate multiple systems like SAP S/4HANA, SAP BTP, and third-party applications to orchestrate your processes. You can design and deploy AI-powered apps in very, very small amount of time. You can use pre-built templates, process content packages to reduce time to value. You can get real-time monitoring by checking the dashboards, SLA tracking, exception management, and proactive alerts. The SAP Build Process Automation services also offer workflow automation and digitization. As we discussed, during purchase order, you can automate the manual tasks, which will encourage the resources to use their cognitive capabilities. Robotic process automations can be implemented by using software bots that handle repetitive and rule-based tasks, freeing your people for high-value work. Using AI-powered process optimization, you can embed machine learning and intelligent document processing to extract, classify, and act on unstructured data within your automated workflow. You can automate business rules to enforce consistent design logic, routing, approvals, escalations, and exception handled automatically. You can integrate end-to-end system, which makes your process very seamless. SAP Build Workzone. SAP Build Workzone enables users to create custom role-based business sites with a flexible page builder and context-aware UI cards, seamlessly deploying apps and processes from SAP Build Apps and Process Automation. This is a single place where you can deploy multiple SAP Build apps as well as process automation, and you can connect with your team and discuss how you can enhance the overall delivery. Also, if you have any doubt, you can ask the questions as well. It unifies SAP Launchpad service and SAP Workzone into two editions. Standard edition, which is the evaluation of Launchpad, gives us enhanced navigation, Fiori-based UI integration cards, low-code page building, and pre-packaged business content. Advanced edition, however, adds advanced content management, web content, interactive workspaces, enhanced menu builder, and third-party integrations. If you look at this image, what you can see is you can check this is a single place where your team needs to come to understand HR announcements, what are the new R&D news. You can give what more blogs. You can have a discussion forums. You can ask any questions. You can create much apps. If you see the leadership series is just another app which the team would have created by using SAP Build apps. And this is more of a dashboard, a single point of access where you can create different functionalities for your team. Security and compliance. We all know how important security is for any organization. Security and compliance is provided in a way that SAP Build leverages existing SAP BTP services for identity authentication, user authorization, and provisioning, and ensuring enterprise-grade security. If you don't have any access to SAP BTP, you won't be able to develop any apps using SAP Build. Audit and transparency. The SAP Audit Log service records all tool activity, providing full visibility and compliance tracking. Whatever you're doing is getting logged inside SAP BTP. In that way, all your activities are getting recorded, and make sure that you are not doing any security lapses. Governance and DevOps. Built-in centralized lifecycle management, monitoring, and a robust CI/CD framework with automated testing, security, and performance checks enable confident production deployments. IT empowerment. IT admins retain platform control and governance while empowering business users with SAP Build's agility. Because you are building apps faster, you are enhancing and making the process faster by using SAP process automation. Your overall delivery increases within less duration. Where does AI fits in low-code development? Natural language to app logic. AI lets users describe requirement in plain language, converts them into workflows, data models, code blocks inside low-code tools. You can generate in SAP Build code. You can generate a huge app just using few prompts and the correct business logic which you need to develop the app. Smart code generation and debugging. AI generates boilerplate code, suggests components, find bugs, and proposes fixes, reducing manual effort for both citizen developers and pros. If you are a pro developer, you will find it even more interesting because once the code is generated, you will be able to understand where the gap is, what are the fixes you need to make. And if you're a citizen developer, it will make your life easier in case if you want to present it to any business about how the application will look like, how the whole process will work. So this will improve sales, marketing in every domain. This will be very, very useful for that. Intelligent workflow and UX suggestions. AI recommends next best components, layouts, and automation paths based on past projects and best practices, making app design faster and more consistent. Built-in analytics and decisioning. Low-code apps can embed AI models for predictive analytics, recommendations, and anomaly detection. So the apps themselves become smarter, not just easy to build. Last but not the least, you can accelerate the life cycle by testing, deploying, and governing the apps again and again, which shorten the release cycles, keeping apps secure and compliant. What do we mean by low-code development? Low-code development is a visual approach that minimizes hand coding by using a graphical interface with drag and drop features. It simplifies app building, making development accessible to both professional developers and non-technical users. You can simply drag and drop any feature, for example, input field, adding a button, adding a date field with a drop down, adding a task. All those things can be just designed using drag and drop functionality which makes the designing part very, very faster. Unlike traditional coding, which demands deep programming like knowledge, low code streamlines the process for faster, more efficient application creation. By reducing coding complexity, it enables organization to address business challenges more rapidly and effectively. So in a nutshell, you must be very clear about what business logic you want to implement. SAP provides the functionality to develop apps very, very faster. If you are clear which business rules you want to implement. What are low code and no code platforms? Low code and no code platforms are development environments that simplify and accelerate app creation through visual interfaces. Low code platforms offer drag and drop tools, reusable components, and pre built modules. They reduce manual coding but benefit from some programming knowledge. What it means, you can design, you can drag and drop an input field or drag and drop a button, but in the backend, you need to know whenever you are connecting the tools or the functionality there, you need to know exactly what business logic you need to add, and there some amount of code may be required if the functionality is not present in a drag drop way. However, no code platforms target citizen developers with zero coding experience, enabling fully functional app creation through intuitive drag and drop workflows without writing any single piece of code. Which means if you are designing any purchase order workflow in SAP Build work zone, or rather than that SAP Build process automation, you can simply do it by intuitive drag and drop functionality. And once you develop the forms, you don't even need to write a single piece of code. There are drag and drop functionality to build forms as well as workflows. Growth of low code platforms. Why the low code platforms are surging? The need for rapid digital solutions has driven the rise of low code platforms so that it offers faster and more efficient app development to maintain business agility. There could be some time where developer is not available, and you want to develop apps for your demo. In order to exceed or speed up the development and deployment, the business wants to remain agile. And that's why the low code development enhances their capability in case the developer is not available. Market expansion. According to Forrester research, the low code market is projected to see significant growth as organizations adapt it to accelerate digital transformations. Growth is fueled by the need to build applications quickly, reduce development costs, and stay competitive in a fast-paced market. The adoption of low code is a fundamental change, enabling both developers as well as business users to collaborate on app creation, which reshapes the future of software development because this will enable even very less experienced developers to build apps very quickly. What is the role of AI in low code platforms? If once you integrate AI with these development platforms, your code generation will become faster, smarter, and more accessible by automating routine tasks and providing real-time recommendations. Both developers and non-developers can now build robust applications with less effort, leveraging AI for code generation, performance optimization, NLP, and image recognition. Let's say you are a developer and there is some new functionality which you want to implement. Once you provide the same to AI tools, it will generate a piece of code. It could be wrong, but it will give you a framework on how to build it, and you can fix the gaps and make apps faster. Strategic focus wise, by handling automation and intelligence, AI frees teams to focus on innovation, delivering efficient and user-friendly solutions. The benefits of combining low code with AI is that you can reduce error to a great extent. You can speed up the development cycles. You can enhance your decision making because you will be taking faster decision as the apps will be visible and delivered in lesser time. You can democratize app development because Now, even developers or the people with very less experience in coding can develop app and continuous deployment and real-time testing, which means once you develop apps faster, you will be testing it faster and you will be finding the gaps faster, which ultimately enhances and reduces the deployment time. What are the challenges in low-code and AI integrations? Integrations with legacy systems sometimes provide challenges because they are not designed to handle or require integration with legacy systems sometimes require more effort because they are not designed to be integrated with the new agent AI powered systems. Scalability concerns are there because you can't scale it to big apps in one shot. You have to build components small, one piece by piece. And obviously the skill gap is there because not many people are trained on how to use these systems. AI assisted form apps. You can transform static forms into intelligent context aware interfaces that auto populate fields, validate inputs, and enrich submissions with AI generated insights. Some of the examples are sentiment analysis. AI can scan free text inputs to auto prioritize tickets. This will help us in serving the high priority tickets first. You can use smart field suggestions. June predicts and pre-fills fields based on historical data patterns and user context. One more example would be users upload photos, for example, damaged products invoices. AI analyzes and autofills description fields with detected objects and issues. This reduces the overall solution time very, very fast. AI powered self-service portal. This is the real world example which you can use for using SAP Build apps and Service Cloud. Customer uploads a photo of a broken product via SAP Build apps form. SAP AI Core detects it. What are the objects and issues present in that photo and merges findings into a case description. The sentiment analysis auto text priority, which means the agents receive enriched tickets with 80% less manual entry, as well as it helps them in prioritizing which cases are really urgent and which cases they can take more time. AI-driven approval workflows, you can embed AI decisioning into approval chains to auto-route, prioritize, and pre-approve routine requests while flagging anomalies for human review. You can design dynamic routing using machine learning models which analyze transaction value, vendor risk, and historical patterns to route approvals to right stakeholders. You can detect anomalies as AI flags outliers for mandatory human reviews. What could be the outliers? You can have duplicate invoices, you can have unusual spend or unexpected entry in the invoices. And last but not the least, you can reduce the time by auto approving the low risk requests. For example, tender leave requests, small purchases are auto approved based on AI confidence scores. One of the real world example would be where you can use SAP Build process automation as well as AI core. New AI model version deployed in SAP AI core, which triggers workflow via API. AI evaluates model performance metrics and recommends whether we should approve or reject the deployment. Responsible stakeholder receives notification in the inbox just by single click. They can approve or reject their deployment. AI-based summarization and recommendation scenarios. You can leverage generative AI to condense complex data into actionable summaries and deliver personalized next best action recommendations within apps. You can use it for document summarization, contextual recommendations, and conversational Q&A. The real world example would be credit controller dashboard, which you can build using SAP Build Workzone and Joule. The credit controller opens dashboard in SAP Build Workzone. Joule summarizes 50 plus open credit cases into top risks, highlighting customers with payment delay. Then AI recommends next actions, approve customer A's limit increase or escalate customer B's overdue invoices. So this will speed up the time and enhance the customer service representative's ability to solve actual critical problems. Human in the loop. Design apps where AI handles routine decisions but escalate edge cases, high risk actions, or low confidence predictions to humans for oversight. You need to add approval gate where AI flags invoice anomalies, human approves or rejects before payment. How you can implement it? You can implement it using SAP Build Process Automation approval step with AI confidence threshold. The pattern review and edit can be implemented using SAP Build apps form with AI generated text with editable fields. What are the use cases? AI drafts contract clauses, legal team defines before finalizing. The pattern async notification, you can use it where AI completes the background analysis. Human gets notified via email inbox for final sign-off. And this can be developed using BTP workflows with emails or Teams integration. One of the real-world example would be AI extracts invoice data and matches to PO. The confidence score is 87%. The threshold rule is if confidence is less than 90%, route to AP manager for review. Manager sees AI highlighted discrepancies, edits if needed, and approves. AI learns from the feedback and it will be more mindful when similar case comes next time. Now we will look at how to create a sub account in SAP BTP. Sub accounts are hosted in a chosen region and data center, which can differ from your company's physical location. Sub accounts within a global account operate completely isolated from one another. Because of this isolation, you must carefully plan for security, user administration, and data integration across them. All sub accounts are managed and viewed centrally under Account Explorer in the SAP BTP cockpit. If you have a SAP BTP trial account, you will see a create button like this in your Account Explorer view. From there, you can create a sub account. The best practices are keep separate sub accounts so that you isolate resources and system connections. You can keep separate sub accounts for production as well as development environments. This does not mix your ongoing sandbox developments with the actual production systems. At the sub account level, you can configure distinct system connections for different backends or assign them to specific teams to ensure secure, compartmentalized access. In contrast to global accounts, you can create sub accounts yourself. As we discussed earlier, in order to create sub account, you have to go to Account Explorer and click on Create Sub Account button. You'll get a dialog box which says display name. You can change the display name. In the drop-down menu for region, select an option. The options are sorted by the service host, then by region. You can choose AWS, Google Cloud Platform, or Microsoft Azure, each of which offers multiple regions. Your data will be hosted by the provider in a data center in that region. The dialog box will look something like this. The display name can be changed, anything which you want. You can keep a suitable description. The important part is to choose the right region. Not all the services are available in every region. So do prior analysis which region would be best suitable for you. You can get a lot of options. For example, you can see different regions in for where each provider provides their services. For example, AWS provides services in Australia, Brazil, Canada, Europe, Japan, Singapore, South Korea, US East, US West. So these are the countries or areas where AWS has their data center and they provide services. You can select a subdomain name. This step is optional. The subdomain is automatically generated as a suggestion and can be overwritten by a customer name, which must be unique within SAP BTP. In the advanced section, you can check the use for production box if you are designing the sub account for production. This has no direct effect on your sub account, but it will help SAP to prioritize your support tickets when it is a productive sub account. Once you click on create, after a short while, the sub account will be ready for your use. You must be mindful while choosing the subdomain. Keep below points in your mind. The subdomain name may only contain letters, numbers, and underscores. The subdomain name must not contain any hyphens at the beginning or end. The subdomain must be unique across all subaccounts in the selected region. If another customer already uses the subdomain you want, you must choose a different subdomain. Upper and lower case letters are allowed, but the case will not affect name matching. You can see which all directories are getting managed or listed in your Account Explorer view. When managing numerous sub-accounts, you can group them into directories to streamline your view. You can customize Account Explorer to see an organized list of accounts or click distribution to view a graphical layout of your structure. We will see this in a system in just a minute. Not all services are available in every environment or region, so it is recommended to verify availability in the SAP BTP documentation before proceeding. Use the SAP Discovery Center to view a complete list of cloud services and their geographical availability. When activating a service via the service marketplace path, you can also see the specific data centers where the service is offered. When you go to service marketplace in services, you will see all the services available for you. Before we proceed to SAP Build Lobby, let's check how does it look in the system. So this is how the Account Explorer view will look for you. This is a SAP sub account which is created already. And when you go to directories, you will get a list of directories which are available to you. If you have more sub accounts, you can group them under the same directory, or you can create a new directory as well. If you want to check a hierarchical view, you can check in this way. And once the sub account is ready, you have to go inside and you can check the service marketplace for all the available services you have. These are the services available, and you can search if you are looking for any specific service. What is the SAP Build Lobby? How does it look? SAP Build Lobby is the main start page for all the SAP Build Suite projects. It provides an overview of your work, allowing you to create new projects and managing the existing ones. It gives you access to features, resources, and components created across SAP Build code, apps, process automation, and workzone. You will see the lobby in next slides. Which all things you can do from the lobby. You can manage a filterable list of all your SAP Build projects with actions like export, release, delete, and member management. You can create new projects from scratch using the create button. You can clone existing projects directly from a Git repository using clone option. You can even import existing projects from your local system using the import button. You can access SAP BTP, Dev Space Manager, roadmaps, and many more things using the top right menu. You can use manage actions for external system communication and explore various automation SDKs. You can find and filter pre-built ready-to-use content and templates from SAP and authorized partners. The monitor shows you information about your processes, such as which processes have been started and what their status is. Here, in Control Tower, you will find your tenant, backend and agent configuration, and a list of your API keys. Let's look at in the system. So this is how the SAP Build Lobby looks like. You can create a new project. You can clone it from Git. You can add it from dev space. You will see a lot of correct actions here. These are the predefined actions which you can use during developing your Joule skill and agents. You will have events here which you can trigger in your different processes. When you go to store, you can find all the projects available to you which are delivered by different publishers. You can filter the project types based on your requirement. If you can either filter on the based on actions, events, Joule agents and skills, and so on and so forth. You can filter on the basis of format type. Either you can go for ready to use or you can go for templates. You can explore different filters as per your choice. When you go to monitoring, you will see further apps like processes and workflow instances. Here you will see all the processes which you have triggered using SAP process automations and many other things which are automated and have a workflow to it. After completing the setup environment unit, you can open your SAP BTP cockpit. You have to go to services and check instances and subscriptions to view your active subscriptions. If you have the required permissions, you will see SAP build code entry and click the link to enter the SAP Build lobby. Let's check that. Once you go to services in your sub account, you can go to instances and subscriptions. You can see this account has subscription for SAP Build apps. Once I click on this, it will open this lobby and you can create new project or go further from here. When you click on create new project, you will get multiple options. You can either create from scratch, clone from Git, or add from dev space. When you click on create, you'll get multiple options like either you want to create a new application using SAP Build apps, you want to create an automated process using SAP process automations, you can create Joule agent or and skill, and you can create a business site using SAP Build workflow. Let's choose SAP Build apps. Once you select an application, click on next. You will get few options like do you want to build full stack app? Do you want to build only the front end, which is responsive and interactive? You can build only the back end, or you can build mobile applications as well. If you choose full stack, you click on next. You get further more options like whether you want to create a full stack app in Node.js, in Java, or ABAP apps, or ABAP using SAP Business Studio. If we choose for this demo, let's choose Node.js. You can either create a new dev space or choose an existing one. We'll keep choosing the existing ones. When you click on review, you will see what is the information you have provided. You've chosen the application, you've chosen it to be full stack, you've chosen it as Node.js, and you're given these names. Once you click on create, the project will be available here in this list, and once it is ready, you can use it to build apps, process automation, or whichever option you have selected. As we saw, you can create from the drop down using either cloning from Git, or adding a dev space to the manager. And then once you select create, you can click on application tile. You can select the type of application you want to create. Once you select the full stack, in this example, we selected full stack application. You can provide your project name and choose which dev space you want to use for your application. Click on review, see which all details you have provided, and click on create. Once you click on create, you will see your project in a list showing as pending creation. Once your project is created successfully, you will receive a message for the same, and you can open the project to proceed with your work. Destinations are part of SAP connectivity service, enabling outbound communication from cloud apps to remote system. They securely store connection details tailored for customer backend systems and specific authentication requirements. These are similar to SM59 T code in SAP ABAP. Destination should be used by application developers when they aim to provide applications that integrate with remote services or backend systems that need to be configured by customers, or integrate with remote services or backend systems that are located in a fenced environment, that is, behind firewalls and not publicly accessible. You can connect your SAP backend system using destinations. We'll see that in a minute. Once you are in your sub account, you can go to connectivity and then to destinations. If you have to click on create button. Either you can create from scratch, either you can import it from file you have already configured destination, or you can create it from service instance. You have to give all the properties, necessary values which you need to provide for connections. If you're choosing HTTP method, you have to provide the URL. For example, if you have created any OData API or any other APIs, you can give it here. If you want to keep it secure, you can choose different authentication methods and provide the details accordingly. Let's assume that we have chosen basic authentication. You will have to provide user and password for that. And once that is ready, you have to add properties. These properties will tell system which all things you need access to. So you can choose timeout, you can choose dynamic destination, you can choose SAP client. All these things will change. So all of these things will change based on the type of connections you have used. If you want to connect your SAP backend system, you can choose RFC. This will give you an option of using your user password. Proxy type would be on-premise. And here you can give your server details. For example, your SAP GUI server details where you connect your web app system, you can connect your APIs, and once it is ready, once everything is ready, you can click on create button and create a new destination. SAP BTP uses sophisticated role-based access control system. Individual roles are bundled into role collections, which are then assigned to users. You assign role collections to users in SAP BTP cockpit. These are managed at the sub-account level. For citizen developers, you will need role collections like build apps admin, process automation admin, or work zone admin to create and deploy artifacts. Business users only need execution roles. For example, a user interacting with an automated workflow only needs the process automation participant role collection. Mapping custom roles. When creating a workspace in SAP Build Work Zone, you can create custom roles. For example, request admin, which are reflected as role collections in the SAP BTP cockpit to assign to specific users. You can create different build apps as well as process automation. Let's check that. Once you create different options, you can see Joule and agent skill. You can create sales order, process automation, and there are many more things we can achieve. You can create purchase order automation, and all those things you can achieve from here. Which are the three areas which we can use for SAP Build apps? You can build any app for HR onboarding. You can create a new service request app. You can create any specific requirement which customer gives. And when it comes to SAP process automation, you can either create an automated process which will take an input from your agent or from manual as well, and you can create a process around it, or you can create different types of workflows where once user provides input, it will take you to the next step or next set of actions. You can also explore the different things from here. You can either go to SAP cockpit directly from here. You can go to dev space manager, which are the roadmaps, what are the plan enhancements, which are the learning journeys you have, which are the missions you can complete, or if you want to get any, how can you explore SAP Build, get an overview of it. Welcome to session 2, Build Apps with AI Features. The agenda for this session would be to go through reliable grid layout in SAP Build Apps, building an AI-powered assistant, how you can build AI-powered assistant with SAP AI Core and SAP Build Apps. What are universal REST API integrations? What are embedding, how you can embed AI in applications, and what are the best practices to use SAP Build Apps. When you open any SAP Build app, you can see a layout for all the components. You can create nested structures. You can use whether you want overflowing components or not. You can justify components. You can align components. You can create the alignment either horizontal or vertical. You can display or keep them whether you want them as overflowing, or you can keep them stacked. You can keep them horizontal, as you can see in the image. The cards are stacked horizontally. You can also set the gaps and paddings between the components. You must ensure that the right gap matches top and bottom gap for uniform grid appearance. Remove as much from the page padding to the right as you set to the right gap. Keep it uniform, keep it equal. We will see how we can do that in a minute. If you want to apply the same settings across the components, what you can do is you can select all the components in one go and set the page padding together for all the components. You can define custom width and height for the components as well in advanced settings. You can add logics for different components. You can write logics, how it should look in your mobile, how it should look in your bigger screens like laptop, desktop. So you can write all those conditions, and accordingly, you can set the viewport width and height. Instead of using truncate formula to keep the content from overflowing, ensure you write the variable length based on the format or based on the width which the user is going to see. You can set custom height and width as well, or if you want to set exact size, or if you want the content to fit to the screen, you can do that as well. Before going further, let's see how those settings look in the SAP Build apps. When you go to SAP Build open your app by selecting that. Let's assume that I selected this field, and then if I want to check the layout, I can go and check this layout, and you can see there is a default gap which is set as 16 pixels. You can add and you can enhance the width and height as well. For example, if you set it as exact size, you see this size will get reduced. If you set it as fit content, it will remain same. But if you click on grow to full width and height, this will take the whole space. If you want to set the custom height, if you click on custom, you can set it as, for example, set height. You can set it as pixel. Let's set it as 50 pixels. You can see that size, height of the input parameter is changing. If you set it as 80, the overall height will again change. So accordingly, whatever height you want to set, you can set it. You can set the positions as well. You can change the style from here. You can add custom styles. You can change the style for specific only this input as well. If you want to, for example, this is where you want to give a bigger text area. You can go here, click on edit, click on duplicate, and then edit specific style for this input button or input field only. Once everything is done, you can click on save and you can click on preview. So it will open the web app, and there you can see the app you have built. Once you have created this input field, what you can go is you can go to variables and go to page variables and add the page variable. So we have added multiple page variables based on the fields. Once these page variables are available, for example, variable name, you can keep the variable name. You can keep what is the type of that variable and save it. Once you come here and select this name variable, you go to properties, you can select this value and you can configure it or connect it with the appropriate data variable. You go and go to page variable, and after that you can select which variable you want to choose. Since we have already selected the right variable, you won't do it again. Let's go back to the slides. In order to build AI-powered assistant with SAP Core and SAP Build apps, you need three things. One is SAP Build app, which will serve as front-end platform. You need SAP AI Core, which will act as robust runtime engine to execute AI workload and deliver foundation model capabilities. And you will need BTP destination, which will connect both of these. So SAP Build app will call SAP BTP destination, and destination will call SAP AI Core. The things you need to build AI power systems is you need SAP BTP account with free tier version. You need access to AI Core with SAP internal or extended service plan. You need SAP Build apps subscription, and you need AI Launchpad subscription. In order to setting up your BTP environment, you have to navigate to SAP BTP global account, go to instances and subscription section, and make sure that AI Launchpad, AI Core, and Build apps are subscribed. Once you subscribe to SAP Build apps, you can see that in the list here in the instances and subscriptions. We will see that in a minute. In order to set up your AI Core instance, you have to go to services and go to instances and subscriptions. Create a new instance of AI Core. Choose the extended or SAP internal service plan, and then you can create a service keys which will be used later in configuring the destinations and connecting with SAP Build apps. Once your SAP BTP environment has been set up properly, you will see the SAP AI Launchpad and AI Core instance in your instances and subscriptions. Let's see that in real time. Once your SAP Build apps and AI Core is visible or is subscribed, you can see these things in the instances and subscription list. And you can see AI Core instance as well here. Once you navigate to SAP AI Launchpad, you can go to ML operations scenarios. You will see different scenarios which are available here. Once you go to foundation models, you see which are foundation models available for this instance. So you have access to Mistral AI, NVIDIA, you have access to Azure OpenAI, GCP Vertex, which is Google Cloud Platforms model, and you have access to complexity, and many more models which are available provided by the service provider. As we discussed, you can go to foundation models and check which foundation models are available. You can see the list of options you can achieve. You can do deployments, you can execute, you can configure, and you can achieve various things. So you have to go to deployment and create the deployment, select whichever configuration you want, and then click on create. We have to wait for deployment status to show running, and the screen will look something like this. Your deployment is up and running. Now you have to go to BTP destination and create a new destination, add all the properties which are available. Once that is done, you have to come to SAP Build Apps, where you have to create a new application, build an application, choose web and mobile application, and give appropriate name. In this case, you can give virtual assistants. You can design the UI accordingly. If there are any pre-configured or default layout or elements present, you can remove them and add the large list or input field, and then accordingly add all the things which you want for that app, and click on submit button. If you want, so add a submit button basically, so that once you submit, after giving the input, the assistant can reach out to the AI core, and then get all the messages whichever are required. As we saw earlier, you can create app variables and connect them with the input parameters, so that these variables will be used to provide the data to AI core. So page variables, there are multiple types of page variables. Page variables will have the scope within that page itself, and app variables will have the global scope within that applications. So you have to choose the variables accordingly. Once the variables are integrated, you can go to integrations and then connect your SAP AI core via SAP BTP destination. You can configure the API endpoint and enable which type of request you want to access. For example, you want to create or update or change or delete anything. Accordingly, you have to choose which all actions in the pop-up menu of the configuration. Once the setup is done, you can test the connection whether it is working or not, because without that you won't know. Once you execute, the chatbot may not work. You have to create a data variable and link that with your data entity, bind all the UI components, and add the appropriate logic in for the input fields. You can set up the app variable, create records, get the response, and set that response in another page variable. Once everything is set up properly, once user provides the input, for example, what is SAP Build Apps in 150 words, and you click on submit, you'll get a response from AI assistant explaining in probably 150 words, and you can display the same here. Front-end, back-end models are handled. So SAP Build Apps act as front-end, while other external back-end will store and process data. However, REST API will provide the standard communication bridge between these different technology stacks. The app sends HTTP requests to REST API, which processes them and returns data in the reader-friendly JSON format. The request response cycle allows SAP Build Apps to both retrieve and send data, forming the foundation for all external integrations. As we saw earlier, we have to navigate to Integration tab and go to SAP Build Apps, Classic Data Entity section. Choose Create Data Entity and select Universal REST API integration from the list. And as we saw earlier, that whichever method you want to create or access to, you can choose that. You can use list, retrieve, create, update, replace, delete, whichever method you want to access, you can enable it. Once everything is done, you can save the data entity. So data entity name, you can choose any desired name that you want to distinguish from this data resource from others. You can set the base URL between different methods. You can write a description for the resource. You can create a new field. You can create resource schema, where every new field is added as a new JSON key. Fields can have a specific file type, including list, allowing you to send a list of objects inside your request. You can define HTTP headers which will be sent with every request. You can give additional inputs supported by the resource. So how these are mapped? List and retrieve methods will be mapped to get API. Create will be mapped to post. Update will be mapped to patch. Replace will be mapped to put. And delete will be mapped to delete. So these are the mappings between the REST API technology terminology as well as existing methods in SAP Build Apps integration. You can configure relative path, and the query will allow you to define a specific location on the OData destination. Leave it blank in case your URL is already pointing to the correct destination. You can execute and do a test run. If the request is successful, auto detect schema from the response becomes available. You can use it to automatically map the response into the schema, which can be used later in developing the application. If you choose to auto detect schema in the previous tab, you will see the response schema as an object. What are embeddings? Embedding numerical vector representations of words, sentences, images, and documents in a high dimensional space. They enable AI models to capture semantic relationships, allowing for efficient comparison and retrieval by converting plain text into mathematically comparable vectors. If you just give traditional keyword, it will have a major limitations. They will fail to understand synonyms like car and automobile. They won't be able to get the context. They do not differentiate between bank as a financial institution or bank as a river bank. They struggle with large data sets, making search highly inefficient. One of the most powerful applications of embeddings is the retrieval augmented generation, also known as RAG. RAG combines retrieval with generation to produce intelligent, context-aware answers. RAG uses indexes the knowledge. The documents are split into smaller chunks and transformed into embeddings. When user asks any question, the system converts the query into an embedding and find the most relevant chunk. And once the data is retrieved, the embedding is retrieved, it will be provided to LLM. It generates a response based on the retrieved knowledge. You can have access to different models available on the platform, which will perform this operations. For example, each word or sentences is represented in an n-dimensional space. The closer two vectors are in the space, the more similar they are in meaning. For example, king and queen will be similar, but apple will be highly different. You can use embeddings in AI chatbots and custom data search. You can use them in similarity search and information retrieval. You can also use them in recommendation systems as well as SEOs. When you're building an AI chatbot that understands company-specific documents, embeddings help by splitting. You can split the documents into chunks, convert them into embeddings, store the embeddings in vector database, and then convert the user queries into query embeddings and retrieve the document chunks and pass the retrieved data to LLM. So this is the whole cycle where once you do the grounding for the documents in the backend, it will be splitted, converted to embeddings, and then retrieved on whenever any user queries the document or any information from that. Instead of searching by keywords, AI can retrieve documents or images by meaning. When user queries the system will convert the query into an embedding, search for similar embedding in the vector database, and returns the most relevant documents, even if they use different words. And this is how the similarity search and information retrieval will work. You would have seen recommendation systems live in various apps like Spotify, Netflix, and YouTube. And the system retrieves other movies with similar embeddings. If you watch sci-fi movies, so once you watch any sci-fi movie, you'll get more recommendations of sci-fi movie, assuming that you already like it. And you can watch other movies. Similar suggestions you can see in Spotify and YouTube and many other services. Google search algorithm heavily relies on embeddings to rank pages by relevance rather than exact keyword matches. AI systems use cosine similarity to find similar embeddings, which measures angle between two vectors. This is a formula for cosine similarity. You can use OpenAI's APIs to write the code for embedding. You can use different APIs or libraries like LangChain and ChromeDB to develop your chatbot code and accordingly build it from scratch. What are the best practices to build SAP Build apps? Before getting started with developing an application, you should make sure it's right tool for your needs. Check that SAP Build apps meet your security requirements. See our feature scope description for more information. Check that you can access the data you need for your application with the SAP Build apps. And if you need additional services to get the data you need into SAP Build apps, see our pages about SAP BTP destinations and how you can use SAP BTP destination REST API. Check the features you require with SAP Build apps. You can explore these in our documentation, the SAP Discovery Center information, and you can on SAP websites and explore these in product itself. In all the application development, understanding the problem is really crucial to developing an application that will solve the problem. To gain that understanding, it's important to define what is required from your application. What does constitute good application development? The application must be useful. Basically, it must solve a clear user problem, focus on small, well-defined scope rather than many features, or it becomes hard to use and maintain. Should be usability. The app should be easy and intuitive, involve UX or design expert, which should prevent errors where possible and clearly communicate any errors that occur. Maintainability, the app should be easy to maintain, so that it is like whenever any bugs come, the team should be able to fix it easily. The design should remain consistent so that the user experience becomes much better. Whenever you are developing an applications, you need different components. For example, variables, application state and scope. Whenever you're navigating in mobile application, it must handle logic, error handling, debugging, user interface, general usability, the right theme, primitive and composite components. And whenever multiple developers are working on one application, the teamwork becomes paramount. We will see the hands-on in our next session. Now we will start hands-on for AI apps. First of all, we'll look at how can we build low-code service request app. Before we start looking at apps, make sure that in the instances and subscriptions, you have access to SAP Build apps. So we will be building a new app in this session, which is submitting a new service request. What you can do is you can drag and drop different buttons, different input fields, different drop-down fields, checkboxes, want to show some slider, any search field. There are different options which you can access, and you can build the app accordingly. What we have done is we've added the request title, which you want to give a short summary, and then we have created a category. What is the priority of the request you want to set? What is the description you want to set? Who it is requested, by whom it is requested, and what is the target date you are expecting the request to get solved. Let's look at each field one by one. Once we go to request title, this is a type of input field. If you want to create any input fields, you can simply drag and drop. And once you have it here, you will have different fields, different values. We'll go through one by one. Request title, it is coming from here. So if you want to say request title new, you can see the rate has changed from now. And then once you go to this, we'll come to this particular value later. And this is which you can show basically the placeholder text, which the user who is submitting any request, here you get to know exactly what he needs to do. And disabled, if you want to disable any input, you can disable from here. If you want to keep it as multi-line input, let's say your input is too large, and if you want to capture that, you can change multi-line input. We have done that for description. You can give detailed input exactly what is the request, the request you want to raise, and do you want to keep it as password or not. And you can change different styles. Once you go to and then you go to layout, you can change the width. For example, this is a whole width. If you want to change diff size, it will reduce from here. and then add extra padding as well. Over here, we can see this colored section where how it is going on. So if I clear the values, it will shift up. Keep it. For now, it is positions like this. Remove it. And then let's come to this part. What we've done is we have declared few variables which will save the data, and then we can pass those data to our integration. So we can create different types of variables. If I want to create a new variable, I click on add page variable with the relevant name. And this is where it's getting interesting, because you can do different types of variables. You can give some number, you want to give a toggle button or true false. If you want to capture email address, you can do that, and many more things. So since we already have a variable, we would consider is loading is of true and false. So you can use it as per your convenience. We have kept all these variables, and then once you go to, you can save it, category. So you want to have a list of values only from which user can select. You can create a drop-down field, label, as we have seen. It was the same way, similar to input. Once you can give the option just here. So here you can give what is the label you want to show and what exactly value it will hold. They've given IT support, facility management, HR services, and so on and so forth. Same goes for priority. They've given the option, custom option list as low, high, medium, and very high. One more thing is how you can connect variables to this particular input parameter is like once you click on this, you will put an option. We can get an option whether you want to be where it is no value or you want to assign some variable to it. So you can go to data and variables, and then app variable, page variable, and data variable. So app variable will be available in the whole app. In any page, you can use those. It is like a global variable in SAP app. And the page variable is kind of a local variable. It will be every time you open a page as a fresh one, it will, all of these will get, refreshed. And after that, there's a data variable. So once you have connected backend, for example, SAP app or SAP HANA system, from there you can create an entity and save it in a variable, because these will be required once you are running an integration. So you click on page variable, we have bind it to request title, and then accordingly you can do it. And then you go to description. So what we've done is we have kept it as multi-line input. You can give detailed description exactly what kind of service request you want to create, and accordingly same will be passed. If we observe, we have kept this as a date. So once we can see in a preview that it can be a drop down will be coming to from the date, and then we have assigned a target date to here, and then this is where exactly all the action happens. So the submit request it's a button which you can drag and drop. You can label exactly what you want to display on the button, and then after that the cancel button. So submit request, once you click on submit request, this will be actual, but now you will submit the request, and once you cancel it, you will go to the home page. So let's go to the home page. Actually, it looks. So once you open this app, you will see this particular page. And once you click on new request, it will go to another page. These are, for now, we have shown it as a dummy, but you can even do, keep a placeholder and get the actual request from the backend. Okay. So once you go to submit request, what you can do is we can integrate it. You can define what actions you want to do. So once you do an event, you can component tab means whenever somebody clicks the button, what should happen. So this is the flow which you can set up. Here I have integrated it with the action. I'll show you in just a few minutes. And once that action is triggered successfully, it should show page load. It should show the variable is loading. It should set the variable is loading as true, and then it should display some status message whether what has happened. And then it should set the page variable again. That's again before you test it. What you need to do is you need to go to your BTP SAP HANA BTP cockpit, and you have to go to your destinations and make sure your destination is correctly configured. So what I've done is I have I have configured a destination. What I've used is I've used a local Postman REST API. What you need to do is you have to just give a property name, then what type of connection you are using. In case you are using a REST API, you have to give it as HTTP. If you are using any on-premise system, you can give on-premise as well. So let's see how it happens. Let's do it from scratch. So you will have different options like RFC, mail, LDAP. So if you want to connect to an SAP HANA system, you have to choose RFC. You see here a proxy type is automatically being selected as on-premise. This will be user password. And then here you have to give your application server, system number, client, all those things you can give. And accordingly, all the properties whichever are required, you can give that. Otherwise, majority of the times you'll be giving HTTP. Once you have an HTTP, you have to give a specific URL here. And then you have to add a few properties depending on how you want to configure them. Let's discard it because we already have a destination ready. So what we have done is here we have given the mock server URL of a Postman. And then here are these are the important properties which you have to set. In case, for example, let's edit it and see how it works. When you click on add property button here, if you do not find any property which you want to use in these drop down or drop up list, what you will do is you have to manually type these properties. For example, you can copy this and just type it here and then just set the value. What it will do is you can save all these values here, and this will tell the system that what type of connections you're looking at. We have kept it as REST API, HTML5 dynamic destination as true, application development actions moved as proof, and so on and so forth. Coming back to here, as let's test it. How does this look? And before going further, let's go to integrations. So what we have done is I've added an action so that it can be called, and we can also add integration. You can go to BTP destination. So what we have done is we have created a destination request management API, which you will be able to see here in the request management API endpoints. I think there is some technical difficulty from SAP's end in getting the destinations, BTP REST API destinations. So these are the actions which we have added. Let's see the action. What are actions? So actions are basically objects where you can enhance or extend the destinations. For example, what we've done is here is the mock server URL, but to reach specific endpoint, we can configure that in actions. So you can configure different request parameters which you want to pass and output parameters which you are expecting to be, and then accordingly you can test it. Due to technical difficulties from SAP's end, what we've done is we have kept the actions here, and then we'll be using the demo app for this. So I'll show you how we can get the response from the API. So what we have done is we have configured for this request exactly. You will select the destination here, which is request management API, and we can fill the title. What do we want to keep it as title? Open HR, and we'll keep the values accordingly. What we have done is we have clicked on preview of this app. So this is how it opens. And once you click on new service request, and let's say you have changed your mind, when you click on cancel, it will go back to your home page. And this is how you can avoid, or you can go back to your home page if you don't want to proceed further creating the new service request. But let's check the scenario where you are creating a new service request. So we'll give a short title. Let's keep the category as HR. Priority as type. Descriptions. Let's say users are not able to log in, requested by a trainer. And once you can select the target date, company, time for them to respond. And when you click on submit request, the request will be submitted. Since we are not integrated with the backend system, what we can do is we can test it here. So you can simulate the same data here, and then let's keep it as table login JSON. Once you click on test, you got a response. What response you get? Let's click on new API, go to body. The user request has been submitted successfully. We got the response from the server, and we can check the same on server as well. Let's refresh the logs. Yeah, we have received this, and then when you go to request body, this is what you have sent it as. You have sent service request, open, HI, and all those things you have sent. Then you got the response from here. As you've seen, what we have done is we have tested it. Once you, again, we can test it again. So once you click on test, I get this response from the server. And if you check it in our Postman server, refresh it. So we have received this request, which is response. You send request which you have sent just now, and then you have received the response in the action test. This is how it will work. SAP submit request. Once you submit request from here in the real time, you will be sending all this data. You'll be sending all the request data to the backend, right? And then accordingly, you can handle it there in SAP app. You can handle OData and you can update it into a new system. So this is our first exercise where we can submit our new request based on user request. Let's look at another exercise where we will be using the summarizing capabilities of AI. We'll be using a text summarizing capabilities of SAP AI using SAP AI Launchpad. So what we'll be doing is we'll be pasting some text here, and then once you click on summarize, you'll get a summary in this section and here as well. And the input field, similar to our previous exercise, we have kept it as multi-line input, and we have kept this layout very simple. And once you click on summarize text, this should come. Before going, before testing this app, we need to make sure that once we go to instance and subscriptions, make sure that SAP AI Launchpad is enabled in your subscriptions, as well as the AI core instance is added with extended plan, because you would need that to configure your model to which the request will be sent. Let's click on AI Launchpad. How does it look and how can you configure it? So you have to set up a workspace and connection onto which connection you are going to show, you are going to access, and then you have to choose the resource group, and this resource group will be set as the workspace, and you'll be using it as a workspace, the SAP Build training. And then what you need to do is you need to configure the model, exactly which model you're going to use. You can click on create, give a name, you can choose which scenario you want to use. What we've done is we used foundation models. You can click on which version you want to keep. And within this model, these are the executables that are available. You can choose Azure OpenAI or any other model which you feel is better suited. When you click on next, you can choose the model name which you want to consider and which version you want to consider. Then once you click on next, you can review. Then you can, once everything looks good, you can click on create. Since you already created one, just choose that and we create the SAP Build AI training. Once the model configuration is created successfully, to look something like this. Now, what are the different models which are supported? We have GPT 5.2, GPT-5, GPT-5 Nano, and so on and so forth. Depending on your requirement, you can choose the relevant model. Once the configuration is ready, you have to you have to click on create deployment. And why deployment? Because once your model is deployed, then only you can access it to generate the AI responses. So once we already deployed, we'll go to deployment and check. We have used this deployment, and then once you deploy it successfully, you will see the executable, Azure OpenAI, and this is the configuration which you created and the deployment. This is the URL which got generated after successful deployment, and you can copy this and you have to configure that and the destination, because only then the system you will be able to access this AI deployment in your app. So this is the destination which you have created, which you observe, or this is the same deployment URL which we have copied from here. And one thing which we have kept different is the type of authentication we are doing. So we have kept it as OAuth to client credentials. In the previous API, we were using no authentication because that was open REST API, but this is secured one. That's why we have to use a different approach. And then we can give and secret token service URL and so on and so forth. And these are the additional properties which you need to add. Make sure that you add this URL headers AI resource group as per and I keep the name of your resource group here, because otherwise system won't know which resource group it needs to access, and then it won't be able to work properly. What we have done is we have added all the different properties. Most of the properties are similar to what we have done for the REST API, but we have kept mobile enabled if you want to display it on mobile as well. And then you have to really using the same API in process SAP Build process automation exercises as well. So we have kept it as SAP process automation enabled too. In case you're wondering how you can get these credentials, client ID. So once you go to instance and subscriptions, you have to go to AI core, and then once you have AI core instance, you can go here and you can use the service key. So what you can do is, if you already have a service key, that's great. If you don't, you can go here and you can create a service key. Once you click on create a service key, it will give all the names and everything. And then once you have the service key available, you can view the service key, and then here you will get all the list of values. Basically, you can get it in format as well. So here you will have client ID, client secret, and then we can get all those things, URL, what is the binding name, and every parameter we can get from the service key. Coming back to our destinations. Once the destination is ready, once you have configured the destination successfully, what you can do is you can click on check connections, and it is working fine, and this is the backend is ready for your access. Now, again, due to technically gap, once let's try to add integration here. You can go to BTP destinations. This is the same destination which you configured, but again, I think there is some technical gap from SAP's end. What we've done is variables. We have already seen earlier how we can access variables. You can create long text input and summarize the results and all those things. And let's do the preview. Let's want to provide, this is the long text you want to provide. And then let's tell the system exactly what we want. If you observe now this, we have given multi-level input. Below text in 30 words. Let's see what happens. So what we've given is we have given the detailed overview, the details about SAP, what a SAP BTP is, and then we were expecting the summary in under 30 words. Let's see how it works. Once you click on summarize text, it will summarize it and into less than 30 words. And then saying we can pass to your system, use it wherever you like to. So if you want to, let's say, test how, since there's some integration issues. So if you want to test it, we built a summarizer similar to that. What you need to do is once you have configured the destinations, you come to action, you create a post action, or you can create it. You can click on custom action available, and you can choose if you want it as get, post, or delete or patch. You choose post, and then you enter the suitable name, get post, request, and then this is the important part, because you need to give some endpoint to which your request will be pointing. So we have given it that as chat notifications, and then we get the API versions, and then this is how will be giving what is the role you want the AI to assume, and then here what will be the content of that particular message or the request you will be sending, and then you'll get the output. So let's test it. So we'll select the destination as the SAP Build AI code that you've configured already, and we'll test how does it look. So when you've kept it as like this, personalize it somewhere by text in 30 words. Once you click on test, you get the API response. And this is how exactly the response will come. This is how the content will come. And if you change it, let's change it. Let's try to change the summarization. So you can do different tools as well. Then you can basically give any request or any other thing as well. Here, again, paste it. Now then you can say summarize and then what? Let's see what happens. Okay. Once you click on test, it is on the fly, it is showing cricket is loved and played for 20 countries worldwide. So it is generating the response on the fly, and you can see how it is working perfectly. So this AI response was generated in the real time, and then accordingly you can test it. Let's go to next exercise, which will be looking at recommendation.
or how you can get the next recommendations from AI. And then what we have used is we have used the custom built an app, simple app, where you can use different situations and your customer want to get, the customer service person wants to get the recommendations. What is the next step it should take based on the customer query? And then accordingly, the customer representative can act on it. So we have chosen few different scenarios, but yeah, same situation like AI summarizer. You click on get AI recommendation and then you get the responses from AI and you show it here. What we've done is you have kept few variables like which is the data we have selected, what is the recommendation from AI, and if we are using is loading, we're able to toggle this but once it is clicked. So we have use selected data, then can map to whichever variable you want to. And then if we go to integrations, we have again tried to integrate it, but somehow the destination is not working. Let's do the try once more. Still not working. But this is the data which we have kept it. We have used the same API because we already have a deployed model. So we will use it anyway. Once you click on view, so it will take date delivery complaint as a scenario. Once you click on get AI recommendation, we'll get acknowledge the customer's consent properly, apologize for delay and get the order details. This is the next action which is suggested to the customer's representative, and then they can take the action accordingly. Let's see that in the action level. If I go here, let me select recommendation test. And what are the best customer service? This is you are informing the system that okay, you are a customer service assistant. What is the best next immediate action you can take? Provide a short, actionable response. As you click on this, you can test it. So it is again generating the delay part, and you can get another recommendation as well. For example, what they are providing is as a user, you have to be the customer service assistant that based on the description, you want to recommend to immediate actions against agent should take before escalating to the manager. And then this is the complaint that customers orders 5 days late. They paid for expedited shipping and made items for an event, but still it has not been delivered. So what the customer service assistant should do now? So once you click on test, it will generate a new response saying that, okay, check the order status. It will do 2-point step as we have asked. It will give the next course of action which you can take. And like on the fly, we have generated the AI response, which you can again map it to your app or in the backend, and accordingly that can be tracked as well. Coming to the next app, which is the feedback part. We have one more app, which is how to create a feedback form. Okay, so what we are doing is we have kept an original response or suggestion for reference, and by default it has the same response. You can select it, accept it, reject it, or save it depending on whether you like it or not, and then you can accordingly show it. Once you click on preview, let's say if I change it to 5 business days, or let's say 1 business day, and if I click on accept the AI result, we are showing that okay, it is response in the accepted date is fine. But let's say if you want to enhance the response as 48 hours, then you click on save and edit. It's saved and locked. And if you feel that okay, it has increased to 10 days, you're saying that okay, this is not acceptable with this too much time, click on reject. So it is again you can reject it accordingly. So how you can map it to your backend is you can call the integrations. You already have a URL. You can actually map it and you can navigate there. If you want to use your apps in any portal like SAP Build Work Zone or anywhere else as well, what you need to do is you need to publish it. Once you publish it, it will be available to be used along with SAP Built Work Zone, and accordingly you can use it. And you may find the layout a little bit different if you're using a trial version. because it will have some marketplace, it will have app integration or app settings here. So accordingly, if you see here, you're seeing the add integration button here, but you will see more custom data layout or custom data entities which can integrate. So you may see the user interfaces, the overall UI a little bit different if you are using different versions. What we are using is we are using the SAP Build default version of it, and then accordingly you can do it. And one important thing which you need to make sure that is once you have configured the destinations here in the BTP cockpit, you need to make sure that you go to destinations in the control tower of SAP Build, and then you have to make sure that you add them here. Otherwise, you won't be able to access them in the actions. If you click on, if you already added it, but let's say click on add, these are the again destinations which have not been added yet. So you can, let's say, select, and you can click on next, and in which specific environments you want to display it, whether you want to keep it in your own private environment or you want to make it a public. So all the things you can choose, and you click on add destination. What it will do is it will make the destination accessible for actions and on process automations as well, so that you can integrate with them. So we have added our SAP Build AI core as well as our request management API destinations, both here. So actions are important part of your configurations and overall development. So feel free to reach out in case you have any doubt. That's all for this session.
Hi, I am Alok Kumar, founder and CEO of ZaranTech. I hope you're finding the content valuable. If you're learning something new, please like this video, subscribe to the ZaranTech.com YouTube channel, and share this course with your friends and colleagues who are interested in SAP and AI-related courses. Keep learning with us, and let's continue with the course.
Welcome to SAP Build Process Automation with AI. The agenda for this session will be going through process automation, how AI helps in workflow design, how do you keep human in the loop during the process design, and how you can optimize process visibility and monitoring. SAP Build Process Automation brings workflow orchestration, process forms and approvals, business rules and decisions, process visibility and monitoring. What do we mean by that? Let's say, for example, you want to design an end-to-end process. Let's take an example of a leave application process. So when the person applies a leave in the system, it should go to his manager for approval, and it should give enough information to the manager whether the leave is it can approve it or not. What are the parameters you would need to understand whether the employee has a sufficient number of leaves as a balance, whether the project is at the right stage where he or she can take the lead. So the whole process you can design in workflow orchestration. Applying the leaves, you can design in forms, and once the approval forms will be to submit the forms, the approval forms will be sent to the managers. And again, based on the business rules and decisions you design, whether the employee has sufficient number of leads or not, whether it is relevant to the project or not, whether the request was sent to the right manager or not. All those things you can design on business rules and decisions. And process visibility monitoring will be handling in this case would be where you can check at what stage the process is. Means employee submitted the leave, but manager is still needs to approve it. It is still pending at manager's end, right? So that part everyone can see, and if employee sees that manager has not approved yet, he can remind him exactly please approve it because the employee wants to go on leave. So in this way, you can design the whole process in SAP Build Process Automation. As we discussed, you can submit the form, you can design the decision logic, you can assign the task to your manager or any relevant person. And then once they approve or take action, you can go to next step. Once the step is complete and all those things, every single step you can monitor in the processes and workflows. The design layer comprises of processes, forms, and decisions. And the execution layer comprises of triggers, tasks, and your tools. The design defines the logic, and the execution moves work to the right user at the right time. Let's see in the system, how does it look? We are the elements you can create. If we go to the overview of the build process automation process, the workflow, you can create forms, approval forms, and above all, you have to create a process, because inside the process you will design everything end to end. You'll just see in a minute. But inside the process, you can call forms, you can call approval forms, you can make a decision, you can also call any other application, you can create alerts, and you can create an automation by calling the agents, and you can define a user task where a particular user needs to take an action, and there are many options you can utilize. We have created a test process here, and just to show how does it look once you create a process, it will be shown as a blank value here. There's no trigger, and there's no steps have been added. So what do you mean by trigger? When you design a process, you need some way to start a process, right? So once we click a trigger, these are the different ways we can trigger this process. Either you can submit a form or create an API trigger. So this API trigger will be used when you are calling this process from SAP Build apps. So once you design it via the trigger via API trigger, you can call this process from the SAP Build apps. Either you can wait for an event to happen, or you can schedule a trigger, for example, on so and so date and so time, you want this process to get started. So that you can design as well in the trigger. Let's say you have designed, you have picked any particular trigger, and then next step, what you want to do is you want to add what happens once the process is triggered, because triggering alone won't help you. So you can either call any form, or let's say in our lead application process, the form would have been the trigger. The employee submits the form, and then it goes to the manager for approval. So you can next step can add as an approval form. Once the manager approves or rejects it, we can create a notification saying that it has been rejected or approved, and employee can take an action if required based on that. You can also trigger an email or create a sub process, which maybe create a separate sub workflow to handle multiple tasks. And you can add actions. Actions are nothing but a layer where you can connect to your BTP destinations and then access the external links to it. You have to use action when you're trying to connect AI launchpads, and you can use script tasks to automate, generate, or update any variable, which you can utilize the downstream in the process. So what do you mean? If you take an example, we can create a business rule that 500 euro, if any device price is below 500 euro, you can auto approve, because that is what company already provides you as per the policy. And if the device price is more than 500 euro, then it needs a human intervention, and it must be approved by the responsible approver. And if the item is not found, you can use alternate lookup path before finalizing the decision. Again, the rule designing will reduce manual checking and make approvals consistent. Where does AI fit in the workflow design? So in workflow designs, you can use AI in multiple ways. For example, a user sends a long justification why his request must be approved. Why do he need a laptop, or you'd say any other services? But a manager will not be able to uh, go through the whole thing sometimes because of the time constraints. So what we can do is, before sending it to manager for approval, we can add a layer where AI can summarize the whole thing, and it gives the overview to manager whether he should approve or reject it, because it will be checking through whether the policy is relevant. For example, if the company policy allows a laptop which can be purchased up to $1,000, for example, and the employee is in request that he wants to purchase a laptop which costs around $2,000. So as per the policy, this is not advisable. And then this based on the policy checks and all those things which can happen in background using AI. They can you can summarize and you can update the manager saying that okay, this is not valid as per the policy, and you can reject it. If everything otherwise, if let's say employee raise a request to purchase a $500 laptop, it will be under policy as per the policy guidance, and then manager can approve, right? So these way, the AI can speed up the process and make the overall efforts uh, much lesser. You can also classify the request. What does it mean is you can create a single portal for all the requests, and you can classify the request based on the content which the employee provides in the justification. So, for example, it can be mapped to IT, finance, or any other department which is applicable, and accordingly, you can navigate it to the right department and get it approved. So how does it help? This makes employees' life easier because he needs to access only single portal for raising all his requests, and this will make the process smoother. You can also extract data from documents. For example, an invoice was raised, so you can extract the values like what is the invoice is for, what is the amount, what is the due date for approval, and all those things you can extract, and you can give the only the relevant information to the approver so that he or she understands whether we really need to approve or not. What SAP Build Process Automation does, it enables teams to create business processes. As we have seen, we can create business processes which has forms, automations, decisions, visibility scenarios in one solution. It supports both human-centric work, such as approvals, and task handling and system-driven automation such as API-based or event-based starts. So what we have seen here is you can actually start a process at the vision, any API trigger, or you can submit a form manually. You can wait for an event or schedule a trigger. So the triggers are a mix of manual as well as automatic triggers, and then you can you can automate things. You can use manual approaches, and you can give notifications. So all those things you can do. It's a mix of both manual as well as automated tasks which you can create. Yeah, you can separate decision logic from process flow so that again you can create a one set of business rules and you can reuse across the business processes and applications, and you can use the same set of rules again and again depending on which all what we are doing. Creating processes, again, as we have seen, you can design the whole process where you will be using sequence of steps, conditions, and which all participants you will be, needs to be included in any of that process. And you can configure different variables, process variables, attributes, flow controls, and process steps like whether you can create forms, approvals, scripts, automations based on what is your requirement. You can design that. You can design an end-to-end workflow. You can, for example, you can create invoice handling, service request, or employee or onboarding. Let's see an example. How does that look? This is employee request workflow. So what happens here is employee raise a request here. So as soon as employee raise a request using a form, as this process will get triggered, because if you can see here is a trigger where employee will be requesting his requirement. And then using script task will be filling up some variables where we can enhance and prepare the data for the next steps as well. So before going further, we can add global variables here. So if we go to global variables, you have the process inputs. These process inputs are coming from the employee request form, and you can create custom variables as well. So these custom variables will be available throughout the process lifecycle, and you can utilize once these process variables are filled. You can use this value at any step you want, right? So all the things you can design here, and then you have you again, as we talked about, you can summarize or categorize using the help of AI. So this action is practically calling an AI model and then summarizing the request into a meaningful description, which assists the manager in the next step, whether he should approve or reject. And if you check it here, the manager approval form, whether manager approves, if manager approves, the process will end. If manager rejects, the employee will be notified that your request has been rejected, right? And even so, when you're actually configuring the manager approval form, you have options to, set a subject exactly for whom, for which employee the request is coming up, because a manager may have multiple employees reporting to them. He would need a clarity exactly whether he can approve that request or not. And then you can assign the recipients, where you will be you can assign the right email addresses manually, or if you have already configured in the system who reports to whom, you can actually assign the process metadata here, right? Yeah, as we have seen, you can use forms, you can create forms or approval forms to collect the data, as well as to take a decision whether we can approve an employee's leave or not, right? So forms collect business data from users at the start of the process or during the process, specific workflow steps as well. And then approval form support reviewer, such as we can approve or reject. And you can again request for classification. You can add different kind of buttons for to take an action for the approver. Forms we can use as a user facing layer of the process, because again you can capture the inputs, and based on those inputs the whole process can depend, right? Decisions and business logic. SAP defines again a business rule artifact where you can define multiple policies, and once you automate the decision making part of the process using decisions, and you can show a decision in a decision diagram. You can check the inputs, outputs, what are the policy rules, and whether it is right to approve or reject anything which is requested. How decision makes a difference. So decision artifacts will again, you can, if you have a standard policy, let's say laptop request or leave request or finance request, then it becomes easier for the approver to refer the policy. If everything matches the policy, he or she will approve. If it does not match the policy, they will reject it. Or if they want to handle any exception case, then they can determine accordingly. Since the decisions are managed separately, teams can update business logic without redesigning the entire workflow. And decisions can also be consumed through a runtime API, making the same rules that these will be on one specific process. So you can use the same set of decisions in multiple processes, so that you don't need to design the same set of rules again and again. As we have seen, you can trigger the workflow in different ways. One is either you submit a form or you create a API trigger. API trigger can be used using with the help of build apps. You can either wait for an event or scheduler trigger that workflow should get triggered at particular date and time, right? And again, this means that you process can either start from user input or external application call, a business event or recurring schedule. SAP also documents trigger workflow actions that can initiate workflows in response to escalation and monitoring conditioning on person workspace. That means that if there is any escalation in your current process, you can trigger your sub process. So sub process is in another way a process which can be triggered by a different another process, right? So that all those monitoring and trigger can happen within the process itself. As we have seen in the manager approval form, we can assign the task here. You can assign the task to the recipient, and they can take an action accordingly. in SAP's again trigger workflow examples, you can create a task for a person to work on. If there is any manual step they need to take, if the person has the right role or access to process data or decision logic, they can again take an action on those task assignments. Again, you can design business rules and approvals based on the way you are doing the routing in the process. Approval right routing becomes more scalable when you can determine who approves under what condition and in what order. So SAP's decision capability again is designed to automate complex business processes, and you can improve decision making efficiencies. You can design different rules, for example, to use amount based approval thresholds or region based out routing and so on and so forth. A typical decision life cycle looks something like this, where you will have either draft version where you're actually making changes or a released version which is ready for consumption. And if you want to use a decision in a live execution, you have to ensure that you have released it and activated it. The life cycle supports control change for management and approval logic and other business rules. So process visibility basically again it gives you an overview how you can where exactly the process is, where exactly it is running, at what stage it is, and whether you need any additional intervention or not, right? So it works on events that are pushed from SAP or non-SAP applications and then enhanced into end-to-end process instances with insight. So these insights are visualized for business users how to track milestone, process performance, bottleneck, and operational issues. You can we will see it later how you can design, you can track the whole process progress in the monitoring so that you know exactly where the bottleneck is coming, why again and again the process is getting stuck at some same place. So if you are facing such issues, you can actually redesign the process and have taken relevant action for that. As we have discussed that you can track different process stages, whether it is uh, correct, whether it is at approval stage or in AI, there is a incorrect issue with the AI. You can track that during monitoring. As we have seen earlier in the example that you can use AI to enhance the process speed, and you can either route it based on the AI output, or you can extract data. You can make faster decisions. AI can be used both at design time or runtime through different features such as tune-based generation. We can extract the document information and the maybe a AI-based decision recommendation. This helps teams to reduce manual effort, obviously, while improving the speed, consistency, and user productivity. Traditional workflows, you will be taking uh, steps like, for example, and again, taking the same example, when an employee applies any leave, uh, they can submit the leave, and the traditional workflows will have a step where it will directly go to manager for approval, and then it's manager's responsibility. They have to manually check whether the employee has the 11 number of leaves, whether they are it is applicable for them to take any leave. For example, like an employee has recently joined an organization, so they would not have any leave balance, or they are not eligible to take any leaves in the probation, right, or during notice period. So at that point in time, they are not allowed to take it. But uh, if we do not have an overview ready for any manager, they have to go manually check each time. And imagine if the manager has huge number of reportees, so then it will become very time consuming process. So you can utilize AI's help, and then um, we can blend deterministic logic with adaptive intelligence, so processes can react to changing business context and data. This improves how work is understood, routed, and completed across departments and systems. Again, you can use AI for different values or different tasks, like task summarization. You can summarize the AI, the inputs provided by the employee or any other person, and then based on that summary, the manager can take a decision whether to approve or reject the request. So SAP offers again design time AI assistance that can generate instant artifact summarizations, including summaries for processes and decisions. Uh, SAP also describes natural language processes summarization as a way to help users comprehend already modeled processes that lack clear documentation and workflow design. And then you can summarize complex tasks and ops and business logic so developers, process owners, and reviewers can understand the flow faster and in time how we are designing that, how we are using it in AI. So, for example, when employee, let's check this is the form which looks something like this, where employee will be providing the employee name. They'll be giving the employee request type as either hardware, travel, or software license, and they will give a relevant justification. Once the justification is done, the process will go to, we'll call AI in our action step. The process will call AI in our action step. And what we'll be doing is we'll be passing the messages. If you see here, the messages as role in content as part of those. You have to pass what role AI needs to take and what content it needs to process, and accordingly it will send all the outputs. And once the output is here, the manager will have if you see how the manager approval form looks, so it will get all the parameters from the previous form which employee had submitted. And if you see here, we have analysis, AI policy analysis result, where you'll get the summary of the justification which was given, and there will be a recommendation saying that you can approve or reject it. So this makes the life of a manager really, really simple, because they know exactly the employee is either following the policy or it is going beyond that, and accordingly you can approve or reject it. Right? So accordingly, the things will become easier. So AI generated summaries reduce the time, as we discussed, reduce the time needed to understand the undocumented or complex workflow models, and then you can take quicker decisions because you know whether the request or requirements fit within the policies, and then you can take faster decisions. Again, task summarizations can help approvers see the purpose, status, and required action of a workflow item without reading every underlying detail. AI-assisted classification, let's say, as we discussed earlier, that you can create a single portal for all the requests, and based on the AI classification, you can route it to the relevant department, and this will make the life of employee as well as approver easier, because they will know only the right request will be coming to them, and it will be approved much faster. So SAP notes that the workflow orchestration can combine AI and rule-based logic, and then DTP AI services can support capabilities such as business entity recognition, data attribute recognition, recommendations, and so on and so forth. You can use workflows to classify requests and send them to the right queue, team, or approver automatically. Let's see that example where a request can be classified as classified by AI as finance, HR, IT, or any other team, and then workflow can then apply business rule to send high priority sensitive items to the correct team, and then just reduce the manual triage and improves routing speed and accuracy. Let's see that in action. So if you see employees requesting, is raising a request, and then we are preparing the data for AI input. Here we are taking the input of an AI, and then after that, once we receive whether it is the right classification or not, we can assign the request. We can assign the request whether to IT, finance, human resource. We can assign the request to the relevant department. And if you see here, we have multiple parallel processes based on which department, whether it is IT support, finance and payroll, human resources. By default, you can again call further action or approval processes, and whether the team approves or rejects it, you can take further actions. So all these things can be automated. The classification will happen at this step where you're taking help of an AI on how you can do it, and then we can see an example later while how we can check in the monitoring whether the AI is giving the right result or not, and accordingly, once it gets the right result, it will go to the right branch. If it doesn't give the right result, it will again, or if the category is not one of the predefined category, it will go to the default branch, and you can take an action or add a task or give a notification to the user that the request is not within the defined parameters, and we can reject it accordingly. You can extract information for the incoming request, like you receive an invoice and you can take any information out of it for easier approvals, and you can use document information extraction for structured and semi-structured information from documents using pre-trained machine learning models or templates. You can also highlight, SAP also highlight LLM-based document information extraction that can extract data from various document types without creating templates using large language models. Why do you need to extract data? SAP-based process automation includes document processing and information extraction for business documents such as invoices, purchase order, and so on and so forth. Once you extract the data, it will become easier for an employee to approve or reject the information. And again, we'll see the example in action where you can information extract the data from invoice, and then it classifies whether it is standard processing, an exception, or mismatch handling, and then workflow routes the item to appropriate approver, and accordingly it can become faster whether the invoice needs to be approved or reject. If we go to, so again, invoice has been requested, you can again extract the invoice data. So in order to extract the invoice data, you can use automation, and inside automation you can extract the pre-trained models, extract data using pre-trained models. You can then create invoice variable where these output from pre-trained models will be mapped to this invoice variable, and then you can log the message exactly what data you have received. And then once that is done, you can determine who will be the approver. And once the approval is determined, you can actually send the approval form to the relevant approver. And once they approve or reject, you can send the relevant notification whether the invoice is approved or reject. And this can be used in business processing where invoice was raised, but then the invoice which was raised, it had a lot of discrepancy, and the amount was too large, so it got rejected. So you can inform the same using a reject notification form. Again, using AI, you can design faster workflows through natural language generation of processes, forms, decisions, and scripts. You can improve the productivity through summarization of process artifacts and simplified understanding of workflow tasks. You can automate intelligent extraction of incoming document data. You can perform smart routing, as we have seen, where the classification, based on the classification of the request, it was getting routed to like the IT department or finance, or so you can improve and speed up the processes. But still, you need to keep human in loop. Reason being, obviously, AI can improve the speed and precisions, but not every prediction or generated action can be true. So sometimes AI may generate garbage value or wrong value, and then that you have to check, making sure that the request is not getting lost somewhere, and it is not getting rejected or approved wrongly. SAP's hybrid automation approach is designed for processes that must remain adaptive and reliable across changing business contexts and data. Human checkpoints are especially important when outcomes affect finance, compliance, customer communication, or operational risk, because these can prove detrimental to any company if the outcomes are incorrect. If you can use fully automated processes where the process is repetitive, low risk, and we have clear set of rules to govern that process. For example, device order process can be auto approved below threshold value, as we have seen earlier, that if it is below 500 euros, you can auto approve it, or if it is above that, you can send it for approval. And also same goes for leave application, that if an employee has if the employee has leaves available in his quota, and he there is no escalation or urgent requirement for him to address, he can go on leave. And accordingly, these are the easier example where you can automate the process completely. Escalation is appropriate when values cross business thresholds, again, where sensitive matters are there, like we are seeing earlier in finance, compliance, and all those areas we need manual intervention, and you have to keep as a human in the loop. A decision model for automation or escalation automate fully, as we have seen, when input is complete, your result discuss system, and business rule is straightforward. When the result is sensitive, ambiguous, or unusual, uh, you have to route it to a human for review, and we have to escalate things to ask experts or administrators when processes fail, their predictions are uncertain, or workload is critical state or failed substatus. You have to add approval checkpoints to ensure that tasks are reviewed and approved before the process proceeds. SAP also highlights intelligent recommendations that help business users process approvals faster with AI-based decision recommendations. This means that AI can prepare an output or recommendation, as we have seen earlier. That evidence AI was classifying the request as either IT support, finance and payroll, as well as HR. So it will route it. We can route it to the relevant approver, and we can once the approver approve it, uh, you can proceed further. Which all places you can add checkpoints? You can add checkpoints where you need approvals to proceed further. For example, uh, when laptop procurement is happening, it needs an approval, multi-level approval, whether we already have approvals, whether we already have a stock of laptops or whether we really need a new laptop. So all those kinds of approvals are needed because that will help company in keeping a balance between the providing the facilities as well as utilizing their own existing resources. So you can add approval checkpoints before sending an Excel communication model we have seen, committing a financial transaction, or updating master data, or releasing an AI generated solution into production. So workflows can use forms to collect input and decisions from approvers on two level or three level approvals, as we have discussed just now. That if you want to procure a new laptop, you can take an approval from the admin department where they know what's the current supply available for the laptops, and you can take approval from the HR team, whether or finance team, whether the approval or whether the amount is within the advisable or guided balance or not. So all those things you can, different kind of approvals you can take, and this will still keep a balance between AI speed and manual governance. Uncertain predictions should not be treated the same as the confident outcomes, because often they would need additional review, clarification, or alternate routing. SAP examples show workflows that use AI evaluation results to auto-approve, to human review, or reject based on structured scoring or and thresholds. This pattern is ideal for exception handling because, again, workflow can branch differently depending on conference score or business condition, as we've seen using intelligent routing, which with this different department, if there is none of the departments are present, then it will go to the default branch, and there in the default branch you can do exception handling, saying that okay, this is the request is not serviceable because it does not belong to any of the departments we have. We can, again, as we have seen, we can build a dedicated exception branch here. So if you go to this workflow, if the branch, the department is none of these three, then it will come to default, and we can either reject or approve or ask the person to submit the request again with relevant department so that uh, it can be approved, and you can, in this way you can handle the exceptions in a better way. We can assign, again, that branch can assign a manual review task, notify a business expert, or trigger an administrator. You can also monitor the process state, status, substatus, and trigger workflow actions automatically when critical conditions arise. Once you receive, as we have seen, if you are receiving the incorrect classification, then you have to handle that as part of exception handling. And what exactly will happen if that the classification does not match the existing classification. So you have to create fallback paths where you can where AI services fail to respond or return unusable output or produce results that can not be trusted for execution. SAP emphasizes resilience to automate exception handling, escalations, and workload triggers based on process conditions. A good fallback design would keep the business process moving by switching to long review, rule-based admin handling, or administrator intervention. How can you monitor the workflows? Monitoring page will collect all the events and process steps deployed using the workflows. These events would reflect to at what status the workflow is, whether it is at the trigger stage or approval stage or AI generation stage. At which stage it is, you can check that in monitoring workflow. We'll see that in a minute. And you have different uh, apps available to, I guess, be monitor process and workflow instances. You can use check automation jobs, automation overview. In SAP Build Lobby, you can go to monitoring. You have processes and workflow instances. You have automation jobs. You can acquire events, automation overviews, and you can define the business rules here. And once you go inside processes and workflows, you can actually track what was the environment process executed. When let's select the let's say build a training environment, and here we have selected error running or on hold processes. Look, let's see the completed ones as well. So we'll get a bigger picture. When we see request routing process, we can see different stages the process went through. We had designed the workflow will be submitted. The form will be submitted. It will prepare the AI input. It is completed. The step is completed. The next step has started. Then we'll complete it successfully. And again, it has assigned to the request to the relevant department. And this in this step, it will go to inbox of the user, and we can also check whether we are getting the right context, right data or not. What we did is, again, we kept the form language, good morning. We kept certain description, and then the name of the employee, what was the request, and then based on the request, whatever was the role which we gave to SAP AI system or SAP AI model, we gave a role description exactly how you need to behave, and then we gave the information as well, that the name of the employee, and this is the justification they're giving actually. And finally, we are getting the classification type. So this request is of type finance and payroll. So that particular branch will get called, and accordingly, the workflow will process, right? So you can track the whole process. What are the values which you receive from AI results? What are the values which you are providing? Everything you can track in the process and workflow monitoring. So in the again process and workflow instances, you can see the workflow instances and take an action on that. In automation jobs, you can review errors, warning, variables, and console information related to automations. In overview page, you can check whether the jobs have failed in last 7 days or last month. In acquired events, you can inspect events captured by process visibility capability. You can track bottlenecks and manual intervention point using the process visibility. As we have seen, you can track the whole monitoring process where you can check exactly where the process is stuck, whether it is stuck with manager approval, or whether employee has not started it, or it is the script which we ran, whether it has failed. So at what stage the process has failed, you can track that. So you can define the process steps, phases, states, performance indicators inside the whole scenario, and then you can monitor the cycle time, the wait time, failure status, rule delays, and all those things you can track in that. Again, manual review steps, approvals, exception lanes, and all those things. Wherever you feel that you need additional pair of eyes, you can add manual intervention so that uh, you are not entirely dependent on AI, and you are also keeping a check whether the AI is really giving the right information and right update. AI logging AI outputs is really important. As we have seen, we got the data, we got what that AI returned classification type as finance and payroll after analyzing the inputs, and we need to keep track of those, because in case something fails, we can at least go back and check what happened, and this will help us in keeping track of how AI is behaving, whether to use AI in particular department or not, and accordingly you can take relevant action and make the process faster and smooth. Logging AI outputs improves traceability, audit readiness, and root cause analysis when questioned. Whether it is really so, for example, when employee lays a request and it goes to the wrong department, how do you track whether whether it was sent, what was the input, how AI determined it, right? So all those things you can track only if you are logging the AI outputs. For AI assisted approvals, this creates a transparent record of what the model suggested and what the user finally approved or rejected. Again, that's what we discussed, that if the AI is giving incorrect department, then we need to train the model accordingly, and so that it gives the right output. SAP states that security related events are logged using SAP Audit Log Service for SAP BTP. SAP also documents audit logging for workflow capability, process visibility capability, business rules capability, triggers, deployments, instance deletions, and visibility actions involved. And audit logs focus on platform and security relevant events. Workflow designers should still capture business level AI outputs inside process data if they want operational traceability. If you are not going to log the AI outputs, you won't be able to track what is going fine, where it is failing, and if it is simplified processes, it is still fine, because you can still uh, track and replace and review and update it. But if it is something related to compliance or finance, it can prove detrimental to the image of the company as well as the business, and it can be very fatal for the company if something goes really, really wrong. A strong design pattern is to expose important AI-related values and as process attributes that can be mapped into a visibility scenario. SAP community guidance shows that the custom workflow variables can be assigned uh, and then mapped to scenario attributes so that they become searchable and filterable in process visibility. The same pattern can be used for AI output fields such as confidence score, request class, recommendation result, or exception result. We will start on SAP process automation. Before we start developing process workflows, we need to ensure that we fulfill five requisites which we have, which are: we should have access to SAP Build process automation. We must access and set up AI launchpads. We must configure BTP destination. We must create action to call BTP destination, and we must create environment to monitor and test the process. So we'll start with SAP Build process automation to check whether everything is in place. So once you log into your BTP cockpit, you have to go to your SAP account and check whether you have access to SAP Build process automation or not. For us, we have access to Build default plan. In case you do not see this process automation subscription here, you can go to your main account and go to boosters. Once you go to boosters, you can search it. You can choose whichever plan is available for you and click on start. Once you do that, it will take some time and it will get activated, and you will be able to see SAP Build process automation as part of your subscription. Next step is accessing and setting up the AI Launchpad. Again, if you do not have this AI Launchpad subscription as well as AI Core instance, then you have to go to boosters and just type AI. You'll see the Launchpad as well as AI Core here. You can click on start and set it up. After that, once you come back to instances and subscriptions, you have to go to AI Core and create a service key. So you will have to create a service key using this option. Since we already created it, I will not create a new one. And you need this service key to pass the values and authentication during your BTP registration configuration, which is the next step. So you will have the client secret, client ID, binding secret, API URL. So all these things will come handy when you are actually configuring BTP destination. Let's say you have AI Launchpad access already. You have to go to SAP AI Launchpad and you have to make sure that you have access, you create a workspace for you. And once you have created your workspace, you will have access to multiple resources group. If you do not have one, you can create one. And then you choose AI Launchpad. This is the resource group which you will be doing all your deployments or configurations and all AI related stuff. Now, once that is done or chosen, you go to ML operations, and then if you have not deployed any model, you have to go to executions and see what all things are there. You have to go to configuration and create a new one if you do not have already. Once if you click on create, it will again ask you for which model you want to create. You click on next, and it's a very intuitive process. So you can create that. Once you have created it, what you can do is you can deploy a model. So if I go back to my configurations, what I have done is I have created a configuration already and I have deployed it. So if I go to my deployment, I have this deployment ready using which I can access AI models and generate AI responses as and when I need it. Once the model is deployed successfully, you get an access to this URL. You copy this URL as this will come handy when you're configuring BTP destination. So if you have followed till this, your BTP setup, AI setup is done successfully. You can come back to instances and subscriptions and then go to destinations. Once you come to the destination, you can click on create if you don't have the destination already. You click on create and then you create. If you already have an import file ready, you can use that. Your service instance, you can use that, but you can create from scratch as well. So here you will be giving the name of the destination which you want to create, and the type will be HTTP because we will be accessing the API directly, which you created in the Launchpad. And here you'll be giving the URL, which you just created using deployment. And then here you have to use OAuth credentials. Once you choose this, you'll get client ID to this. You have client ID, client secret, token service, and all those things you can access from ACE, service core, AI core, service keys which you have created. Once that is done, you have to add additional properties to let the processes as well as SAP Build know that you have configured the destination which can be used to call the AI models. So since I already have created a destination, let me show you how does it look. So this is the destination I created. I've given the whole deployment URL, which we have copied from here. I've given the whole URL here. And these are the parameters which I copied from my own service keys. One important thing to note is you will get the token service URL up till on-demand-hana.com only. You have to manually add OAuth /token /token, and then you have to make sure that you add these properties which AI resource group you will be accessing. Make sure that this is a build apps is enabled so that you can access this destination in build apps, and make sure that you provide this application development actions enabled so that you can access this destination and while you're creating actions, which will be our next step. So that is very, very crucial. And same with process automation enabled, because without this, you won't be able to access the destination and the SAP Build process automation processes. So once this is done, you have saved, you can click on check connection to ensure everything is working fine. And once this is done, you can close and your BTP destination is ready to be used. You can close everything. And let's come to SAP Build process, SAP Build lobby. Now, again, we still have two more steps to do. We have to create actions. So we can click on create, and then you have so many options. Either you can create a live API using ABAP or OData, cloud programming, integration suite. You can, if you already have an open API specification file ready, you can upload it, or you can build from scratch. And then you can give your project name and click on create. Since we already have the APIs ready, we have created some actions beforehand so that saves our time. And what you need to do is once the actions are available to be used, you have to add a post method. Yeah. So what you need to do is once you open in your new actions, you will not see any method pre-created. So you can click on add, click on create custom action, and then you choose the post method because you will be sending the data to AI Launchpad, and you have to give an endpoint. We will be using chat completions endpoints. From there, we'll get the response. So we have used as chat completions, and then again which API version we are using, and then you have to make sure that you give the input parameters in this format where you will be telling the role, sending the messages. What will the role you want AI to play, and what will be the content to refer, and accordingly, once you test that, you will receive the output, and accordingly you can check where exactly the response is coming, and you can configure that and you can map it in your processes. So once the actions are ready, we can go to monitoring. And one important thing which you have to do is make sure once you're going to control tower, the destinations, whichever destination you created, make sure you add it in this control tower as well. Otherwise, you won't be able to access those destinations in any of the processes, be it SAP Build Apps, SAP Process Automation, or Actions, and you won't be able to test them anywhere. So what we have done is we have added our destination here, SAP Build AI Core. This is the destination we have added. And one more thing which you need to do is you have to create environments. Yeah, this is the environment. So this environment is needed to monitor and test your processes. So once you go to any environment, without any environment, you can't actually run the process automation. You have to choose at least one environment where you really want to run your processes. It is advisable that you create your own private environment. Reason being, it will not impact the other environments created by other users, and you will have access to your own resources. And once we execute the workflow, we will see in monitoring how we can track those processes. So if you go to control tower back to control tower, you go to environments, you can click on create. It's a very simple process. Just give the name of an environment, automatically the identifier will come. Let's say copy trading. So automatically the identifier will be created, and you can choose whichever color you would like to, or you can keep it the default value. Once that is done, just create successfully, you will see a new line item being added here. And then it is your processes, all the prerequisites are done. You are ready to create processes, new process automations. So we'll start with our first exercise where we will be creating employee request workflow. And we have already created beforehand, but we'll do some hands-on here. So you have to go and create. And if you're not getting the option directly here, you can go to create automated process, and then you select next. It will that you want to create automation or a process. You click on process, and then you click on next. You give your project name, and it will get created. And this is the one approach. And another approach is you click on create, and you can click on process automation. You can directly give the name, loading post, or let's say better name would be approval, and live training. Let's copy the same name here as well. So click on create. It will take few seconds to create it, and it will open a new window. So this is the interface which you will open. Now what you need to do is you need to click on create. Make sure that before going, you should have a triggers. Once you go to triggers, there are no triggers. But then once you click on create, you will be able to see lot many options. Like you can create forms, you can create approval forms, you can create a decision, you can create a process. In the first exercise, we'll be like forms, approval forms, as well as processes. Right. So let's create a form and name it as employee request. Can keep it as create. As soon as you create a form, you'll get an interface will open where you can simply, once you click on these options, you have headline 1, headline 2, paragraph, text area, which is a great addition because you can add and display multi-line inputs directly. It's a drop down if you want to add any category here. And if you want to do single choice, If you want to make sure that more user can select multiple options, you can give checkboxes. And if you want to keep the input field as number, you can keep number, date, a table. And if you want to add in a link, you can add that as well. So let's add new field. Once I clicked it, it added a new thing. We make sure that we keep it as required. And we can add input validations as well. It will be letters. And once we click on, now we will add a drop down because we want to add a request tag. Now here, if you see, interestingly, we have multiple options. So we can add what drop down values must be visible. The request type is hardware. One more is, let's check what do we values, what you need. One is hardware, travel, and software licenses. So we'll keep it as travel. One we'll keep it as software licenses. We'll get required, and that should be good. Now, what we can do is can add text area, which will say request justification, and we'll make it as required. And then so by default, the submit button comes here, and we'll keep it as is. Once you stay with your form as ready, and once you go back to overview, you can see a new artifact which has been created here. Now, you have created a request form. You have to create a process which will be actually executed during the once you call the process. Let's click create a process. You can say it as employee request process. If you observe, we have identified getting auto-populated. Once you create a process, you will be able to see the workflow kind of setup here. It will take a few seconds to create. Meanwhile, I'll make sure that we have access to the workflow which we have kept handy. So once it is ready, again, it is taking some time to create, but once it is ready, you will to see workflow here where you can add triggers, you can add what should happen once the process step, one of the steps is executed, what will be the next step. You can configure everything in this process, and then accordingly you can apply your workflow. So this is how the actual workflow will look. We have employee request form, we have script task. I'll talk about this later. This is the action which you created in prerequisites. We have added it here. That will be used to call the AI model and get the a summary. And after that, we'll send the request to managers for approval. If he approves it, it ends here. But if he rejects it, we will send a rejection notification. I believe this is taking some time. So let's see here itself. In the interest of time, we'll check what we have done here. So if we open the request form, let's check how does it look. We've kept it similar. We have kept employee name, request type. If I select the request type, I have hardware, travel, and software license, and we have kept request justification. So what we have done is we have kept this as a trigger. Looks like it's taking some time. So what we have done is we have kept this as trigger. So anyone who submits the request form, it will once any employee submit request form, it will trigger this workflow, and it will step by step. It will take it will perform all the actions, and then it will do all the required things. Now, as soon as you add employee or add the trigger request form, you will have this option. Once you click on this option, you can do multiple things. You can get access to forms. You can add next step as form, approval form, controls events. What does it mean is add branch or condition, or raise an event, or wait for any duration, or API call. You can create automation. You can use action. We have used this one. I'll just show you how we did it. And you can trigger an email. You can send a notification. You can create sub processes, a decision, a variant template. This one also we have used, which is a script task. We'll just discuss about it in a minute. And then you have placeholders. So once what we have done is immediately after template form, employee form, we added actions here. Once this action is added, you'll get the interface like this, where you have to give the name of the step, and you have to create a destination variable. This will be a local variable which is native to this process particularly, and by default you will not have any value. So you have to create destination variable. You just give a name, a suitable name, and click on create. you'll be able to see that variable here and then just use it, here as a destination variable. After that, once you go to inputs, you'll see the inputs that the action which we set up earlier, it was expecting messages as the input parameters, and it had a role as well as content. You have to provide these inputs, otherwise the system will not know exactly what AI model needs to determine and identify and what they need to return back. And in outputs, we'll create a custom variable to which we'll map the output of the AI results. Now, before we move further, let's click on the side, this blank space, so that we can get access to the whole form. When you click on this open process panel, you will get the details of what exactly this process is about. You'll get the subject and everything, and then the very important part comes here. So the process inputs are coming from the which you decide. Once you added the form here, these are coming as process inputs to start the process, and then we have not configured anything in process outputs, but in custom variables, we have done very, very important things. So what we have done is, once you come to this, open this drop down, you can see pencil button here. If you don't have any custom variable, you will see a plus button here. So once you click on plus button, it will open an interface like this. Once you have, so this is the variable which you have created where we will map AI output. We have kept the type as string, and we have make sure that we don't use this checkbox so that it shows that, okay, this is a single variable. And then once we come back to, so this is really, really important because we have created a new variable called messages. And the interesting part here is, once you add the action, you will have access to the type of inputs as well. So once you click on drop down, you will have which type of input schema, the message structure which you are calling, right? You have access to that. So we have kept it here. So how that helps us is, it will bring the whole structure which we need to pass to AI models. So that will help us, and you need to make sure that you are choosing it as a list so that the whole structure comes. If you don't choose it as list, it will create an issue in matching, right? Once you have added the variables, you can click on apply and close this. So now you have access to this variables, and then once you go back to post data, what you can do is you can click on input. Once you click here, you'll get a list of these variables. So you can choose these messages. I've already done that. And if you go to output, here again, once you click on it, so this is the output which is coming back from the actions. So if you don't set it up, if you don't set up the output part of actions, you won't get this result as well. So it is very, very crucial that you set up both input as well as output for the AI action. Once you click on drop down, it will show list choices. Once we go further, and then we'll have content. So you have to actually reach exactly where your content is located, the response is located. So for us, it is message. As soon as we choose this content, it will come here as a variable, and we are good to go. So this AI step is complete. And then what we did is, we had a dilemma that by default we were able to add only the request justification, which will be the rule. So I'll just show you how exactly we expected. So if you see here, we have to pass the system as different rules. We have to inform the AI model whether it must act as system or a user, or exactly what do we need. So we need multiple inputs for that, and that is the reason we created script task. So in a script task, you can actually write JavaScript and create and fill the structures. So let's click on edit script. If you observe here, you will have access to all the custom variables which you created, as well as the input parameters which we received from the request form, right? And then what we did is, we created a method called create chat messages, and we are passing employee name, request type, justification, and we created an array of messages where we are telling the AI model that you are an AI assistant for a corporate approval workflow, and we are setting the context, because without context, the AI model will not give the right output. So setting the context correctly is very, very crucial. And once we have set the context correctly, we will give another rule to the AI model. And here we will pass all the values which we are getting from the employee request form. So we are keeping this as employee name, request type, and the whole detailed justification as a string. We are passing it as a string so that the whole thing gets passed and to AI model and it can give the right output. Once the method is done, we created one more variable which will be actually calling the chat messages. Now, if you observe here, this is how we are passing the employee variables. So what you need to do is, if you want to, let's say, if you want to choose this, just need to click here and it will be available here. And once it is done, you can actually fill the structure. So if you observe here, this is the same custom variable. So it's the same variable which we created. And if you hover over it, you will see the actual structure. This is role and content. And this is what we mapped from the action input and we created in custom variables. So basically this is the same list which is getting called here, messages list which is getting called here. So essentially what we are doing is we are preparing the input parameter which we will pass to AI model, and all the whole array which we are going to pass to AI model, we are preparing it here, right? So developing your script task is really important part. And once that is done, once you save it, the initial steps are done. And then post that, what you can do is you can create a manager approval form. Once you click on create, and you'll see this approval form. You can either create it prior to this, or you can create it from here as well, right? If you create from here, you can click on create and you can click on approval form. Let's say we are creating Google File Manager. And one interesting thing which you can avail is if you choose based on a form, and if you choose employee request form, you click on create. What it will do is the form approval form which it will create, it will simply copy all the 3 fields here, right? So this is really important and helpful to speed up your development, because you will need, and any manager would need to see these fields exactly, what are the request details, exactly what did employee requested, right? And whether it is really feasible to approve or reject. So all this, the more the information, the better, right? So these are read-only fields. We'll be mapping these to different, the input parameters which we have, and we'll use it accordingly. Since you already created it, we'll go through the approval, look at the approval form. Go to overview. We don't need this because we already have it. We don't need it. And then we already have the manager approval form. Let's check that. We have employee name, we have request type, we have justification. And this, we have added a new field here, which is called AI policy analysis result, because this is the field exactly where we'll be displaying, the actual summarized value. And we can keep this as text area. And this is one of these. We can create text area and we can change it. Yeah. So we can keep it as text area because obviously that is what you gave it there. And once that is done, you have, by default, you'll get approve and reject buttons. So you can keep them as is. And if you can change the name as well. So if you want to keep approve, you're going to keep accept or decline, you can keep that as well. And if you observe, these colors are coming because you've kept it style as positive. If you want to keep neutral, this will change, right? And then if you keep it back to positive, this will become green. So let's close this because we don't want to make any changes here. So once the approval form is ready, we can map it here. Or if you have not created directly, the process screen sometimes take a little bit time, but I think that should be okay. And once your process is ready to be tested, or we have one more step to do. So if let's say for example, manager approves it, the process will end there. We'll see how exactly each process works. And if, let's say, if the manager rejects it, we should inform the employee that your request was rejected. So we have created a reject notification as well. If I open it, so we have simply just created a form and just mentioned that your request has been rejected, map it back to original submitter. So it's just a random message you can give to just inform, and this will be, once this gets submitted to the employee, they need to do a submit, and they create finish the workflow. We can set the approvers as well in this process. So for example, to whom this approval should go. Once you click on manager approval form, it will show this is the subject details. So what do we mean by subject details? Because once for the process reaches manager approval stage, the manager will receive an email. We'll check that in a minute. Will receive an email or a message in the inbox, and we must provide users. So since we are doing a testing, we are actually keeping the same user, but you can get access to different emails or users if you have configured. And interestingly, in inputs, here is where you are going to map. So if you see here, we are mapping employee name, request justification, and request type from the original employee request form which we are receiving, right? And then for analysis result, this is where we are mapping the summary for manager analysis, which we received as an output of the previous AI step. So this is how you're going to map all the values to that. And then after that, once you save it, once everything is saved, what you need to do is you need to make sure that you click on release button. Once you click on release and it is released, then it will show it as the release processes, and you'll see tag as released, and then you'll see a deploy button. So it is a two-step process. You have to release it, and then you have to deploy it. So once you deploy it successfully, it comes as this. You'll see the different tags as deployed and active. This means that this particular process is ready to be tested, right? And then if I go to employee request, so now since this is the deployed version, if I open this employee request, I will get a form link, right? So this is the form link which I can use it for testing, and also once I can pass this form link and configure it in the build work zone as well. So I'll copy this link and I'll open it here. So this is the form which we had created, and once you fill all the details and click on this submit and cancel button will be enabled, and then we can actually call this workflow. Before doing that, let's add some controls. Here we'll open the processes and workflows. This will be helpful for us in monitoring. So here we'll select only our environment so that we don't mess up other processes or environments. And what we can do is we can open, this is the inbox where you will receive the approval. So we are opening it in new tab, and so if you see here, we have only one message as of now, which was triggered as part of a different process. But as soon as we submit the values here, which is, let's say, the trainer, request type is hardware, and what I want to do is I want to give the justification, which I've already copied here. So let me copy that. This is the justification which I'm giving. I need a new Dell Gen 14 i7 processor laptop. The budget is 80,000 and company allows laptop up to 90,000. When I click on submit, I'll get that form was submitted successfully. And then once I go here, if I refresh it, I'll see a new process here, right? So once I click on this, I'll see all the steps which has been followed till now, right? So instance was created, script task was started, it was completed successfully. Then post data started, it was completed successfully. Now request review for trainer is available. Now before we go further, we can check the context exactly. What is the values which we are getting, right? So the event started with trainer hardware, and this is the description which we gave in that, and this is the script task which we had configured. So if you observe here, the name is copied trainer, the request type is hardware, and this is this distribution which we copied from it got copied from the employee. The script task, we were able to add everything here, and this is the summary. This is the variable which we received, the summary analysis, right, which we'll see in a minute. And once we have everything, we are getting everything and all these values that we are getting, right? So in this way, we can track exactly whether variables are getting filled successfully or not, and is there any issue with any step, right? So let's go to inbox. Let's click on refresh. So we received one request, review request. If you remember, we kept the same subject line review request for, and this was the employee name which we gave. We gave it as a trainer. So it was a trainer, and then hardware, and this was the justification. And this is the AI generated result. So this is what AI generated and gave it back to us. What is the justification? What is the budget? What are the potential concerns? And what it is suggesting is, if everything is fine and within the budget, you can go ahead and approve it, right? So let's say if I click on approve, so the request is gone from here. And if we come back to our process and refresh it, it will change to completed, right? So once you go to completed, it will show that, okay, post data is completed, review is completed, and it has been approved, right? This is done. Let's test the failure part as well, or rejection part as well. So we give the same thing, trainer, and give it as hardware, and then let's give the same thing, but let's see what happens, right? So we'll keep it as the budget is 70,000, but I am asking the budget as 80,000. And once I click on submit, the form is submitted, and I go to build process. So once I refresh it, and now what we have done is we have kept the filter for error status running or on hold. That's why that process got removed. We had this fresh process where we got the review. Exactly, everything worked smoothly. Let's go to inbox and see exactly what analysis which we received. And again, so AI generated this result that, okay, it is a trainer requested so and so business. What is the business justification? And concern is requested laptop budget increase the limit. Need clarification if exception can be made, right? All those things. And as a manager, I thought, if I understand that, okay, I can't approve this, what I'll do is I simply click on reject. As soon as I click on reject, it will go away from my inbox and it will come back here. Let's refresh and see what happened here. So now if you see task rejected is available. So this will come to the employee's inbox, and it will show, okay, they didn't request that, okay, your request has been rejected. And then once I click on submit and refresh it, the process is completed. So this is the whole end-to-end workflow where an employee can raise a request and get some approvals, whether it is new hardware or software or travel approval, all those different things you can do, right? So this was the first exercise which we created, and now let's check so make sure that you deploy it, because if without deploying, you won't be able to test it with build workzone, and that link, the test link, will not get generated. Let's go to lobby. Let's see the second exercise where we will be creating purchase request process, and this will be more or less similar to the first one, but we have used automation here. So automation will be showing you how the automation looks. If you go to overview, we have created a purchase request form. We have created a process. This process is loading as of now, and once it is approved, there will be a manager approval form, and there will be an automation, right? So this automation is basically a group of steps which you can execute one after another and remove the manual dependency. That is the purpose of automation. So we have a purchase request form. So every time you open any form or any artifact, it will take few seconds to open. So requester name, we have item category, estimated cost, purchase deadline date, and detailed justification. Once you fill everything and click on submit, it will trigger your next step. If you see here, what we've done is this is the same step as we have seen in the previous exercise, where we call the actions and call the AI model. We use approval, and here we have not kept any reject notification. So as soon as manager approves or rejected, the workflow finishes. And we have kept the variables as well. Similar variables, you have whatever purchase request form has inputs, we are getting those as process inputs. And here again, custom variables, we have kept it as that list message and summary for the manager. So the summary for the manager, once you go here, similar stuff, again, you have to create a destination, because without it, it won't allow you to proceed. And again, once you have created those variables, you can bind it messages and outputs. This output we'll have this as a summary which AI generated. And then let's go to the next new step, which is automation. So once you click on here, you'll get an option called automation. Once you click on create, you'll get a pop-up and you can give a name. This is the name which you can give and inputs. So what exactly input you want to summarize, or how do you want to handle that? So once you open it, you can copy from here. This is the detailed justification which you want to consider, and then accordingly you've kept a summary file manager, so you can create a new text or output, right? And here, once you click on edit automation, now, so this is basically, for now, for the purpose of a demo, we have kept the same script which we developed. So this is how you can do is you can add script task here, right? And then you can do many things. You can add many steps. This is the original text. We have kept input and output parameters, original text and summarized text. So this is the justification which we will be getting, and this is the summarized text which we are going to receive, right? And then once you do that, you can do a lot of activities here. You can raise an alert, you can handle how each click is happening, and then you can add information dialog, input dialog, close dialog. We'll see how do we extract data in our next exercises, but we can do lots of activities here. You can convert your JSON to XML, and you can encode any string, client access to clients, and you can access the document management system. You can modify any file, delete any registry key, create a registry key. So there are a lot of even file system. You can move the file, copy the file. You can even access your emails. So all those things you can access. And as soon as you create automation, you'll get access to a lot of things. You can create a folder. You can check whether URL is valid or not. And you can do lot of steps, right? And by default, when you will create an automation, first you will see only automations, activities, data, and controls. But as soon as you add the actions in purchase request, or as soon as you create a process, that will be visible here. Basically, that will be visible here as purchase request process. If you want to add that as a sub process, again, call it again within this automation, or this is the action which you have created. If you copy this can copy it in this way, drag and drop. And once you do this, you have to, again, set the destination, and with all your stuff, messages, you can create a message list. Let's say we give 0.2, and then this is the result you're creating. So the result is there, and whatever you create, you will be able to see variables here, it is a result. So if I remove this step, you can select this step and click on delete. Once I delete this step, you will observe that the variables has been reduced from 4 to 3. So whatever you are mentioning here directly as variables or list, automatically it is getting converted or getting created as a variable here. So we have for script parameter, we have kept it as message list, and once you go to edit script, we have kept the exact same design here. It will show we are adding a messages here. This is the same variable which you created on outside, and we had to create a message list as an output parameter so that we could execute or this return an output parameter here for the next steps. So this is how the automation works. Once everything is ready, make sure that you release it and then you deploy it. So if I click on deploy, this is how the deployed process looks. And then you go to your purchase request process, and then you copy the link from the form and execute it, right? So this was the purchase request process which had automation, and then how you can design the automation, what all things you can access. We'll go to exercise number 3, where we will do the intelligent request routing. So what we have done is we have created, this will be an interesting one, because what we have done is we have created employee request form. So if we open this, right? So if you open this, what we have done is we have kept the form very simple. We kept just employee name and the request description, exactly what the request employee wants to make. He doesn't need to choose any category. We will be determining the category and assigning the request to the relevant department. So the idea is, let's say you as an employee, you just give your name and you make a request. I want so and so things. and automatically AI will determine to which department it must go, and it will allocate that to particular department, right? So once you open the request processing, right? So again, once you process the request, the outputs of trigger will be employee name and request description. These are the fields which we created for employee form. And once again, you add it here, you add a post request destination variable, same step you can repeat, because again, here you can expand this, go to variables, make sure that you add a custom variable. We have added multiple values here. I'll just show you. This is a classification type. This is where we will map the type of the request to which department it should be navigated to. So that will save in classification type. Messages again getting used to map the inputs. Again, we have kept the parameter type as input schema messages so that it is easier to map. And these three we have created as three constants, you can say. If you talk about it about terminology, these are the constants we have created. This will be required in determining and the conditional branches. Right. So we have kept as type ID support, finance and payroll, and human resources. These are the examples which we are considering as of now as departments. And this will be, once this custom variable is ready, what we'll do is we'll map it to post request, and we'll map it as inputs here. Once I click on here, we'll get the list of custom variables. We are mapping the messages here. And then once you go to output, again, we are mapping it as the content. So here we have kept a little bit different structure, and you can simply map the content to the classification type. So once you get that, you go to, again, this is the script task. We just kept a more relevant name, and here we have kept a different role. So how does the AI model know exactly what does it need to respond? So we have kept the different role that analyze the employee request. It is and categorized into either IT support or human resources, finance and payroll, right? And then give only provide a concise response containing only the name of the assigned department, to which department it must be assigned, and do not invent any new category, so and so forth. We are setting the context completely. You can use the Gemini and other tools to generate this prompt. And again, after that, we are passing the employee name and justification. And once everything is ready, we are calling it an access via variable. And then once everything is ready, we are good to go. And after that, the different and really impactful part is coming here is the process, right? So if you see here, the output which comes here, right? So this is the condition branch, how we can create it? You click on this plus button, you can go to controls and events, and you click on conditions, right? So once you click on that, you will see all these options, and you can give the relevant step name, and here you can create a branch. This is just a description which your branch will show up. And if the department is IT, it will go to IT. If it is finance and payroll, it will go to that, or it will go to HR. So how do we decide to which it should go? We click on it here and go to condition editor. Once you go to condition editor, here you'll have access to all the variables which are available. And here we are accessing the classification type because that is what we have added as the output. And here we are giving the variables which are on the variables constants which we define, which is to map IT support. Right. So once this is done, and it will let me show the summary that the value of this classification type is equal to IT support, and we are adding this as an if condition. Once we click on apply, then it will be ready. Same we can do it for finance and human resources. And what you can do is, by default, you will see only this single input and a default button. But in order to add those, we have to click on add branches, and then it will add more branch here, right? So this is where you can say, let's say travel, right? And then once you click on editor, open condition editor, we can give select item. It's a classification type, and then this you can give as travel, and you can click on apply, right? Once you do that, and once you close it, you will see one more branch which has been created here. Earlier, we were able to see only IT support, finance payroll, human resources, and travel. But now, and we were able to see only three branches: IT support, finance payroll, And human resources, now we've added a fourth branch, which is travel, right? And then once it is ready, so since we don't need it, I'll just delete it, right? And then just click on save. Make sure you save your workflow after every step you add, because sometimes due to connectivity issue, if something goes wrong, your progress will not be saved. Coming back to here, once you have created branches, you need to assign exactly what will be the next steps which are going to happen. So you can click on this create button, and what we've done is we have created an approval form here. So once you click on approval form, if you don't have a form already, you can create a blank approval. Otherwise, if you have created already, you can just simply map it here, right? This will have a form here. Let's go to double click on this, and then a similar form which we have created a similar form for all the request types, whether it's finance or HR, and this will be the actual request description which the reviewer will get it, and they can approve or reject it. So we've kept it simple. This is the original description which user had requested, and we have used AI to navigate the request to the right department. Same way, once the reviewer approves or rejects, the process will get completed. Now, if you go to manager approval, or it's kind of a manager approval, so we have kept the subject as requested by, and recipients for the purpose of testing we have kept ourselves, but you can keep other relevant approvers as well. So once you go to input, we have since that form required only one field, so we have mapped it to the request description, which is the input row here, and the outputs, it's not needed, right? So once that is done, you save it, and then you release it like we did earlier. And once you release it, you have to deploy it, right? So once this is deployed, you go to request routing process. You go back to this trigger form, you copy the link, you open it. So let's say the employee name is trainer, and I have predefined. So we want assistance in IT support. We have kept that. Okay, I just received my replacement laptop this morning, but I can't receive an access database, and so on and so forth. And once I click on submit, let's go to monitoring, right? And we'll open the inbox as well separately. Once you go to processes and workflows, we'll keep the environment as our own so that we don't create issues for others. And once you open this process, you see it was prepared the AI input. The instance was started by as soon as we submitted the form, the script task got executed, action task got executed, then it checked within which department it must assign, right? And then it went to request by trainer. Let's go to context and see what values you are getting. You're getting the trainer, right? And then this is the trainer, this is the request, and then we are providing the whole role, what input which we are going to provide, and then the HR type HR, but the classification type came as IT support. Right? If this is IT support, we'll get one request. I go to inbox, you can see this is the same department which we chose, request review IT request. So this will go to IT department, and this is what the description. Then based on that, we can decide whether to approve or reject. Let's say I approve it. So this will go away from my inbox, and if I refresh it, this will get completed, right? So same goes for rejection as well. This test will get completed. Let's test for the finance as well as HR as well, department as well. If I refresh it, since we are only looking at error, running, or on hold processes, this will go away. So it's the employee is checking about the leave, and once we click on submit, we'll go to processes, you refresh it, we'll get a new process here, and it is still action is executing. So you refresh it here, the task is requested by trainer available, and once you go back to inbox, you refresh it, you'll get a new task here. Once you come here, it is coming as a review HR request, and the HR can approve or reject it. Let's say they approve it, right? And then accordingly, the process will get updated here. Completed. Once I refresh, this will go away. And that's just the last part, which is finance. So AI is giving the right classification, and we are using our workflow to actually navigate it to the right department, right? So there is a trainer, I believe too much state text was detected, and there is a concern in reimbursement yet, submit. You can give much more meaningful step descriptions going further. And then once you refresh it, you'll get one more routing process, and it has been requested by this. So once you refresh it, it is a finance request, and you feel that, okay, everything is okay. Based on that, you click on reject, and once you refresh it, the instance is completed. And once you refresh from here, the items will go. So this is how the third exercise got completed. What we did is the employer requested requested some query based on the input. We provided AI input using the script task, and using the action we triggered. We sent that model to that request to AI model. It sent back which is the correct department to whom the request must be assigned, and based on that, once that we identified the correct department, we just navigated the request to them for approval, rejection, and so on and so forth. Right. So this was the third exercise which we saw. And one more exercise which we'll see is we'll go to invoice processing, right? So let's go here and check. So if you go to the process here, what we have done is we have created an invoice request form, and you can give all the details. So if I select this, these are the outputs which I'm getting: current date, employee name, and file path, right? And then once it is done, you can see there is a automation here. You can approve that, you can do the decision step here, who is the correct approver, and you can bind the different invoice object, and whatever the output you can define that as well, right? So let's check the custom variables which you have created. So we have these process inputs, and we go to custom variables. There are no custom variables which have been created. So again, once everything is approved, you can again approve. You can send an approval notification, or you can send a reject notification. And let's check the automation, because that is the important part which you need to focus on, right? So once you get an input, or once the form is triggered, we have this predefined activity, which is part of, if I go to here activities, you can search as well. So you can click on extract this document information. You will extract pre-trained model, right? So once you click on this and drag and drop on this, we can add it here, and then let's check different parameters it needs as input. It needs in document type, it needs file path, and it is going to provide the extracted data. Once that is done, we'll create an invoice variable. It is again another action type you can take, and all this data, document number, gross amounts, and so all this invoice details which will be added here as input, which we received from the extracted data, the variable here. If you can check the extracted data which you got, we are passing it to the invoice creation. So here we are creating my invoice data. It will have everything, and after that, we are logging the message. We are passing the invoice data, right? So once this is done, you'll receive the process here, and you can extract the invoice data, make a decision. You have added a decision step here, determine who will be the approver for this invoice request, and then if everything looks good, you can approve it accordingly, right? So yeah, and obviously you have to release and deploy. So once you go to deploy version, you have this, it will show as deployed and active, and same way you can test it. You can copy the link, submit the form, and then you can see that, right? Yeah, that's all about exercises. Hope you like it, and hope you practice it.
Now we will look at AI-powered business workflows. For this session, our agenda will be AI workflow automation and exploring SAP Build end-to-end use cases. What is AI workflow automation? AI workflow automation can autonomously execute business processes, optimize their flow and performance based on goals and outcomes, and even design new workflows from a description in natural language. What are the things you will need to automate your workflow? Application programming interface, optical character recognition, robotic process automation, business process automation, natural language processing, generative AI, machine learning models. Where can you use AI workflow automation? You can use it in customer support, where you want to answer repetitive queries for the customers. You can use it in document processing and check which are the information the document is missing. You can use it in your marketing campaigns. You can also use it in website building, or you can say web development. You can use it in financial operations, recruiting and onboarding new employees, inventory management, complying with industry regulations, and lead scoring and management. This is not an exhaustive list, but just a start. What are the benefits of having AI-powered workflows? Streamline and optimize processes, increase employee productivity from removing their effort on doing repetitive tasks, reduce human errors, improve customer experience. What are the challenges which we are trying to solve? And the challenges which we are facing in AI based workflow automation implementation. The setup is complex. Choosing a workflow automation platform equipped with pre-built connectors will solve the complex setup issues. Choosing a workflow automation solution that ensures highest ROI will set off costly implementations. Providing training regarding the role of AI in the company will allay employee concerns. Ensuring unbiased data, implementing fairness practices, and introducing regular audits will remove or resolve bias as well as ethical issues. SAP Build provides visual and AI supported tools to build apps, workflows, and sites from a central lobby. It lets both professional and citizen developers contribute, bringing domain expertise into solution development. If you want to automate processes, use workflow automations. If you want to set up a business site, use digital workspaces. If you want to build extensions with code, use pro code apps. If you want to build apps without code, use low code apps. If you want to bring everything together, use Fusion Team Development so that you have a solution for every of your problem. Let's explore end-to-end use cases in the area of human resource, finance, as well as sales. We'll be looking at how you can use SAP Build apps, SAP Process Automation, as well as SAP Build Process Workflow. Let's take example one, where human resource is facing issues during hiring. The company is aggressively hiring. The HR team receives hundreds of queries. The queries are repetitive and the team spends a lot of time responding. How can we free their time as well as increase their productivity from doing the repetitive tasks? You can automate the routine HR processes using SAP Build. Using SAP Build apps, you can develop an application where employees can access during onboarding, and they will have access to company policies, what are the benefits they are going to get, what are the training opportunities they have. Using SAP Build Process Automation, you can automate the approval of leave requests, and using SAP Build Process Work Zone, you can create a new employee self-service portal and integrate all the apps which are present for human resources in the same portal so that there is a single point of access which makes the life of an employee easier. Let's take an example of finance. Finance wants to prepare several finance reports like accounting reports, revenue reports, profit and loss data reports. This is repetitive and time-consuming action. How can we automate the routine financial processes? You can create an application using SAP Build apps, which sources the accounting systems and databases and generate the income and expense reports, cash flow reports, profit and loss statements. You can use SAP Build Process Automations to build approval of invoices workflows. You can create a new expense report processes which will have a different steps designed by SAP Build Process Automation. And last but not the least, you can use Build Process Work Zone to create a new customer self-service portal. And you can deploy the SAP Build apps on Process Work Zone, which triggers the workflows of approval of the invoices as well as creating new expense reports. The next use case would be sales. You have to approve several sales orders that you receive from your colleagues. You use checklist. What is the price range? What is the quantity? And what are the terms and conditions? You have to follow the same process for multiple sales orders. So this reduces your cognitive ability because you are not doing anything new. you can reduce the effort and increase the productivity by automating the routine sales processes. You can build an app where you can integrate workflows to approve the sales orders, as well as the correct person should be notified. This will increase the timely approval probability and make the process smoother. You can create a new sales order process and the creation of invoices in a process build automation. You can automate the comparison of competitive prices using robotic process automation. SAP Build enables everyone, no matter their skill level, to create and augment enterprise applications, process automations, and business sites with drag and drop simplicity. This learning journey shows how to quickly link all three SAP Build low-code services into one simplified end-to-end process. An app triggers a workflow via API, which auto-approves or routes for manual approval based on a simple condition, and the deployed app is finally exposed as a card in SAP Build workzone. Welcome to Governance, Deployment, and Capstone module. In this session, we will be going through what is governance for low-code AI, what is low-code development, how can you manage versions or releases, how can you transport content in SAP Build process automation, and how you can support ongoing business changes. What is low-code? Why is low-code governance? Like I said, low-code governance is very, very crucial to ensure that your professional and citizen developers adhere to policies, security procedures, and organizational standards. For example, it is very, very important that you segregate the development environments with the production ones, because if you allow developers to develop in production environments, your customers will have direct access to the unstable apps, the untested apps, and it can raise a lot of security concerns, as well as it can lead to a lot of issues raised by customers, which will ultimately impact your brand name. And also, for example, your platform governance framework may define what can be built on the platform, who is responsible for reviewing and approving the application, and how to follow your IT department's best practices for low-code development, which essentially keeps the unnecessary or unwanted security risks in check. If you do not have enough security procedures to be followed, then there is a possibility that unfriendly entities may try to access your system and disrupt your whole process. Who uses low-code tools? It is used for defining rules for citizen developers. You can establish strict security requirements, can identify who is eligible for low-code development program. It is not necessary that you have to use it only with citizen developers, but you can use it with professional developers also to speed up the development and delivery. But the low-code program is majorly designed for citizen developers, like business users who do not have in-depth experience in developing any app, and so that they can build the low-code, the conceptual apps faster than they are doing any discussions with the business. Training citizen developers in areas like data security and continuous development is really, really important, because they do not know in the backend how these apps and development is managed. So ensuring that they adhere to standards, development standards, security standards is critically important. Asking your IT department to sanction and oversee the resources being used is really, really important, because IT department is usually well equipped with the knowledge that they can identify whether any access is a security risk or not. And if you are getting reviewed by inexperienced people, then they won't be able to identify what are the gaps, and this may prove fatal for the company. If you have good logo governance, it will elevate management's performance. The more secure and consistent the app works, the better, because that will give the predictable outcome on every usage, and then
it will be easier to mitigate risks associated with technologies. And the idea behind any app development or any process development is to use technology to generate business value. And if you can't do that efficiently, then it will be very, very detrimental to your whole process. How can you incorporate good low code governance? You have to first define how your low code development program looks like, who can access it, who can access it in which system, be it production, be it development, be it testing environment. So there should be a plan, make a plan to oversee the program. And this will include the type of access a person can have, the type of integration they can do. So all those things will be part of the plan. Basically, what they can access, how they can access, and when they can access. The details of these must be part of the plan. You have to establish a training plan, which must include training the citizen developers, how they can access the training, what are the things they should be mindful of, and accordingly, post that you have to identify all security and compliance requirements, making sure that team adheres to that and develop in a secured environment. Governance plays an important role in mitigating risk, as we have discussed earlier. When using a low-code development platform, how you can maintain or how can you implement governance is by asking questions like who is allowed to build low-code applications on the platform, what skills must developers have, what are they allowed to build, can they build any app on this platform, or they can only build apps using pre-configured pre-built resources. Can they write complete end-to-end code, or can they just do a drag and drop? So all those things, it must be decided and must be observed and make sure that they follow the right process. How will these applications be used by other in the organization? Who is responsible for reviewing, approving, and again supporting the low-code app? So right from stage of inception to the delivery, every state, every step needs to be reviewed, managed, and be looked upon, because then at any point in time, if the excess or issue or any other security issue comes up, it can be handled then and there. This will not snowball into a very bigger challenge later. You can again restrict the access to mission critical data, because again it should require an approval before it can be used in low code app, so that even by mistake it shouldn't a low code app should not act as tool to bypass the security requirements. And even through low code apps, sensitive data must not be given access to. You can choose low code platforms where you can clearly handle security audits, compliance certifications, and service level agreements. Low code apps must also follow the same business logic and security functions as traditional software to avoid exposing sensitive information. Again, if you build an app but if you do not test it properly, then again it doesn't serve the purpose. So look at platforms provide built-in automated testing to continuously verify app functionality. So drag and drop components are generally pre-tested. Usually, as we have seen in previous labs, that whenever we build an app, we use this drag and drop. So the benefit of it is you can simply once you drag and drop, you already have all the components tied up here. All you need to do is you need to give a proper name, tag it to a right variable, and decide which functionality you need to provide. And you don't need to worry about whether this input element is tied to the internally, whether this will work or not, whether it is. So all those things you can handle visually, and this provides a lot of control on your development, as well as it speeds up your development as well. This is how your end-to-end drag and drop functionality works. APIs must be tested regularly because they can change or be updated by providers without notice. Because in case, let's say, you have developed or you are accessing any API which was fetching, let's say, 5 fields earlier, and then
a business requirement came where the API must fetch 10 feet instead. But what you are doing is you are only accessing the API with the 5 figs. So in case the API access that additional 5 fields which were added, and those are, if they are mandatory to be called, then your API won't work because you are not providing the right set of data or while raising the request. So you have to make sure that you keep on checking the APIs in the, and then maybe monthly or every quarter you can check whether those APIs are still valid, and this ensure that your accesses and integrations are up to date. A professional developer should conduct code reviews to ensure low-code apps comply with governance and security requirements. As we discussed earlier, that if you get your apps reviewed by inexperienced people, then there is a good chance that they will miss basic integrations or development standards, which may cost in the future. These reviews help detect vulnerabilities that could expose sensitive data and lead to security breaches. Of course, if we, again, inexperienced developers won't be able to figure out what could be the security gaps, which are the loopholes which can be exposed by people like hackers to enter the system and access sensitive data and ultimately cause harm to the company. Get the how code is protected on the platform, security and governance are built into low-code platforms, while IT controls access to data sets and can tighten permissions when needed. Usually in SAP Build apps, the access level is controlled using SAP Build quick by the IT department, and that's where you will get access to whether you can whether create the app or view the app, or you can do neither. So it depends on what kind of access you are given, and that can be controlled using the cockpit by the IT department. Requiring developers to build a sandbox environment increases transparency, limits resource accesses, and ensures only properly authorized users can view, edit, or share the data. So that's why SAP landscape usually has 3 different systems. One is for development, where developers can access and make any changes. Testing is where majority of the testing happens, where developers can't make any changes, but view a better set of data. And production is obviously the live system where actual customers will be accessing the system and they will be giving the real feedback, but they won't have access to change any data or make any development changes, which will which ensure that whenever the code reaches the production development or production environment, it is very well tested, and it is ensured that it cannot be changed on the fly by the inexperienced people, because customers usually won't have experience in developing the apps directly. How can you discover your low-code governance solution? Now is the right time to strengthen low-code governance as digital transformation is accelerating. Choose a low-code platform with built-in governance, visibility, and safeguards so that developers can quickly create high-quality solutions at scale. Manage environments again. You basically have to ensure that whichever platform you're choosing should have all the necessary qualities which you need. It should have security, it should have ease of development, and it should have the proper governance measures which can be used. What exactly is low code? Low code is a visual way to develop apps and AI agents that minimizes hand coding. It uses visual tools and pre-built components so both developers and business users can create and collaborate on solutions more quickly and efficiently. As we have seen, you can use the reusable components built in code. So this drag and drop component is nothing but a built-in code or built-in tool, which you simply just drag and drop, and all these components are nothing but a code in the backend where you can, whenever you're setting it as customer name, the customer name as placeholder text or the label, and even tagging with the input variable here, you are basically telling the system that I have developed an input field, and this so and so is the label. When I display it on the screen, this is how it should look. And I provide the value,
to this particular variable it should go. So all you are able, everything you are able to do just by using intuitive options. And this input field is the drop down checkbox, and all these options are again reusable. It's not that you are developing, you have developed these input, these options specifically for this app. So this is a reusable component which makes the process very, very faster, and you can develop faster because these are pre-tested components. So all you need to do is you just need to use them, knowing that nothing will break here. Again, you can do visual modeling using drag and drop part, and you can integrate the app. You can do data integration by integrating with third-party apps, and you can scale it. Doesn't matter whether you want to create the very heavier and complex app, or if you want to build a very simplified app, you can do it on the local development platform. Now, the benefits are, again, you can speed up the development and deployment. As we have seen, you can do drag and drop functionality, which are using the reusable components across the apps, and you can reduce the dependency. Lesser the dependency means lower cost by expanding who can be built. So if you are not dependent on your professional developers to build the app, your citizen developers can build the app too. In case, for example, your professional developer is out on leave, then still your citizen developer can go into the system and build the app and understand how does it look, whether it is really feasible solution, whether it is really needed. If not, we can quickly design and discuss with the business what they want. So this will help in saving the time and speeding up the development, and obviously lowering the cost because they don't have to wait till the professional developer comes back. So these are the benefits of low code. You can improve collaboration across teams because now the team members understand the majority of the components. You can reduce the rework and let developers focus on what matters, because a developer doesn't need to focus on building the input elements or drop down elements again and again. All they can focus on how they can use the business logic, and this simplify the system management, and you can scale easily. You can benefit from low code development. Professional developers can design the apps faster. Business analysts and subject matter experts, non-technical developers obviously are the citizen developers who can use the drag and drop functionality and develop the apps which they were not able to do in the pro code development. And IT leaders and decision makers, startups and small businesses, because they don't need to spend time. The startups need agile. When they work on agile framework, where they build apps faster and they deliver it faster. So it reduces development time and helps them in building their products faster. If you're choosing the right development platform, you need to be aware exactly what kind of features available for low code and no code. You can compare the coding required, customization, user type, speed, scalability, and flexibility. Those things you can compare and then take a decision accordingly. The best practices for low code development is, first one is you have to optimize efficiency and productivity with low code. You have to foster collaboration and strong governance in low code development, and then you have to prioritize security and compliance in low code applications. Who can edit it, where they can edit it. Again, we have discussed this already. How to choose the best low code platform, whether there is an ease of use, means is it intuitive for a citizen developer to build an app, whether again integration capabilities, whether you are able to integrate the app you have built with external system, because majority of the time the same low code platform won't have access to databases. By default, you have to connect them with the third party or with the API landscape as well. So whether it has integration capabilities or not. Scalability, again, whether you can build small apps or enterprise level apps. This depends on whether the local platform has the features of scalability or not. Governance and security, again, really important. We have to look for built-in role-based access, data privacy control, and audit trail, so IT can govern safely without blocking innovation. AI and automation support, as AI is the norm, AI becoming the norm. So it is better to prefer platforms with native or integrated AI for agentic experiences, predictive automations, and real-time analytics to future-proof your applications. What is the future of low-code development? Again, you can build smarter platforms with built-in AI, as we have seen in previous labs, where we were using AI with building SAP Build apps. Using SAP Build apps, we were using AI and getting the inputs faster, getting the summary of the request faster. So, rise of agentic AI, you can use agentic AI as well. Again, lowering the development barrier means any the citizen developer can use the platform and build an app. So more number of people can build the app rather than relying on the professional developers only. Digital transformation and IoT, we can use those features as well. Managing versions and releases. Why is it important to manage any apps, versions, and how you can do it? So no-code speeds up delivery, but unmanaged changes can create instability, security gaps, and inconsistent user experience. Version control, again, can help teams balance agility with control. The goal is to let teams build quickly without disrupting production system. So basically, if you do not manage versions, what can happen? When you build any app, go here, and this is a released version. You say that you're viewing version 1.1.0 the project. You can't if this is the stable version which was tested, and once this was tested, it was released to be moved to the deployment level, right? So if you want to make any changes, that means you are again disturbing the already tested app. So in that case, saving the version saving it in a different version once all the new changes are done and you have tested it is really important, because let's say you move the new changes to production and something goes wrong, new changes stop working. What you are going to do? How you can get back the old stable code, at least, so that the app works perfectly? But that's where the version comes into picture. That, for example, 1.1.0 version doesn't work properly, right? So in that case, you have to come to we can redeploy this initial version. You can go here and again we can publish it. You can redeploy it so that at least the app works stable in a stable version in a stable manner. Meanwhile, you can keep on checking in the development environment. App is not working properly in production, and this will help in keeping the process smooth. This will help in keeping the access smooth, and lesser it will help in keeping the number of defects, number of issues less, because if you are doing housekeeping within the company, within your own team, it will be much faster rather than if a customer raises any defect, it is very high priority. It increases the pressure, it increases the stress, and sometimes it may snowball into a very difficult legal cases as well. In low code, the version control tracks changes to apps, workflows, rules, and integrations. Instead of only tracking source files, platforms often manage complete application snapshots or visual artifacts, as we have seen. Instead of focusing on only the input parameter or the submit button, we are controlling, or we are checking the released versions of the whole app, and this will help us to identify which is the most stable version of any app. This makes it easier to compare, restore, and govern business facing changes, as we have discussed earlier. In case any of the latest versions fail, you can always pivot to the older versions to make sure that at least the the actual customers, have access to the latest stable version. While enterprises need it, multiple teams often build on the same platform, which increases the risk of conflicting changes. Again, if one of the team has built any app and they have not tested it properly, but if another team A, let's say team A is building any component of the app and they are still in testing, and team B is also developing something, but they have tested it thoroughly. If team B moves the changes, there is a possibility that team A's changes also will get moved. But their changes have not been tested thoroughly as of now. So then what is going to happen? We can control that using version management, that whenever team B moves, they can release it with certain version, and whenever team A moves, they can move with certain version. So whichever is the latest version, that will be considered, and in case any issues are faced, then you can again pivot to the older versions to make sure that due to what reasons conflict came up. Enterprises need visibility into what changed, who changed it, and when it was promoted. You need something which can be tracked to find out the root causes and solve the issues faster. Governance ensures releases for a review, approval, and rollback standards, which is to prevent breaking the already working versions. And that's why we do extensive development testing, unit testing, and integration testing in development and test environment before moving anything to production, so that it doesn't impact the real customers. The core elements of the release governance is defined approval flows before publishing changes to live environments, clear separation between builders, reviewers, and production deployers. Again, if a developer reviews its own app development, then there is a less chance of finding the gaps, because if they would have found the gap, they would have fixed it already. So a reviewer must be a different person who reviews from fresh pair of eyes, and then they can find the probability gaps faster and in a better way. Tender release policies for testing, documentation, and rollback readiness, central oversight for compliance, auditability, and operational stability. What is a typical release flow? So you create or build app in the build environment or the development environment, and then the experienced developer or professional developer reviews it, making sure that it follows all the security and business impact. And then once it is reviewed, you release it. You have to do all the functional integration and regression testing. Once everything is reviewed and tested thoroughly, only then we should approve and deploy the versions into the production. Again, as we have discussed earlier, you can recover faster through rollback to the known stable versions. The version control provides better collaborations across IT and business teams. You can trace what and where the error happened. So this helps in auditing and compliance reviews, and it also reduces the risk of accidental overrides and unauthorized changes. What are the best practices for governance? We use environment-based separation, such as dev, test, and production, as we already usually do in SAP projects. We have a development environment where developers majorly will be developing the applications, and they'll be doing unit testing there. Once the testing is done, it goes to test environment where end-to-end integration testing is being done to mimic how it will work in production environment. And production is the actual environment where the app will be accessed by the actual customers. To make production deployment right to authorized users only, that is another important point, because if everybody has access to deploy to the production, then again, as soon as they develop and do basic unit testing, they can move the apps directly to production without waiting for things to happen, things to be tested in a test environment, and this will again create a lot of stability issues later in the production. Maintain documentation for each release, including approvals and business impact. This again helps in tracking who approved what, and in case something goes wrong, this documentation helps us in reaching out to the right person, which speed up the resolution time. What kind of enterprise guardrails we can add? We can add role-based permissions, which can help define who can build, modify, deploy, and access app. We can do audit trails, which can record workflow, access, and integration changes. And again, governance works best when policies are embedded into the platform, not handled as an afterthought. So you have to make sure that you add governance as part of their plan, and it must be captured. It must be done at every stage, whether be it development, be it testing, be it in production, because even developers should not have access to sensitive data which they do not need to know, right? So governance is really crucial, and it must be done at every stage. How can you transport content in SAP Build Process Automation? Once you go to SAP Control Tower, in the build lobby, you have tenant details. You can configure development, test, and production, and you can give the relevant URLs of your different components and the system. And then, for example, if you are giving custom identity provider, you can give the custom domain. For example, abc.accounts.hana.com or abc.google.com. So accordingly, once whatever domain you give, that tenant will be used as the relevant tenant, and there you can do the development. So you can determine the tenant, configure it, and then you can maintain the governance rules and use that to transport any changes from development to test to production. You can set up role-based permissions, which can help in defining who can build, modify, deploy, and access apps. And you have to make sure that whenever you're setting up the CDMS tenant, you have to set up all the different kinds of tenants, like as we have seen, development, test, and production. And you can mention the governance rules here, where you can create a project or transport a project, and you can either build everything from scratch, or you can create transport project governance using a predefined template. So once you select this, once you click on this, it will open a predefined template, which you can take help from or refer from it to create your own governance. How you can support ongoing business changes is low code supports small frequent releases. You can ship a minimal solution, get the feedback from the real users, and iterate rapidly instead of waiting for a big bang rollouts. Change management can be controlled using version management. You can use incremental updates, which help users adapt new processes because they see feedback reflected in the product directly. And we can share ownership with business users participate in building and refining apps, which reduces resistance and ensures that evolving requirements are quickly incorporated. And we can keep automated tests, monitoring, and performance checks in place so frequent upgrades do not degrade stability and user experience. Welcome to lab section of governance, deployment, and capstone project. We will build customer request KI approval process and as well as the app, and then at the last we will deploy it to SAP Build workzone. Before going there, to make sure that we have access to AI Launchpad, then SAP Build apps, SAP Build workzone, and SAP Build process automation. Once you access to SAP AI Launchpad, you can go here and make sure you check for API connection, make sure you check for your resource group, then you go to your deployments. If you have not deployed already, go to configurations and make sure that those are running. So this is a deployment which is running. Make sure you check your destinations. Meanwhile, the destinations are loading, let's check the SAP Build apps part. Once you have access to SAP Build apps, and make sure you have access to once you have access to SAP Launchpad, make sure you have access to AI co-instance also, because you are going to need the service keys. I'll click the service key here. You are going to need the service keys to configure your destination. Looks like there is some delay in loading the destination, but we have already seen this exercise in our previous modules. So let's focus on building the app. Here we have kept the demo app ready, but You can create it from scratch. For the customer AI request approval, you create a process automation. From here, you can go if you want to create. If you don't have that option available, go click on create, go to automatic process, click on next, and click on process. Once you click on process, click on next. You can give your name here, which we have given customer intake AI approval. And here, once you give it and click on review, you'll see all the things ready and you can proceed on that. Once you come here, okay, so the destinations are open. If you see, build, this is where we have deployed the AI launchpad. And this is where your resource group, you have to make sure that you maintain it. You give all the right properties to make sure that it works, and make sure that you give SAP process automation enabled so that it can be called, the destination can be called inside the SAP process automation. Go back to customer request AI approval. We will see the editable version first and then we'll go to deployed version later. So what we have done is we have kept it very simple. We have designed it, this app for this process to be triggered via API. So this API intake or inputs will be given by SAP Build apps. We will talk about that in a minute. And what we have done is we have kept two input parameters which we are expecting to be received from SAP Build apps. One is customer name, another is the request description. And then once we receive the intake, we receive the API inputs. What we have done is first we have added this request type, which is we have added the action. And once action is added, you have to make sure that you create a local variable. This is a local variable that you created on the fly, which is AI destination. And then once you add this, basically you will have access to all the input and output variables which are tied to an action. So you can actually, these are the process inputs which we created for the API trigger, and then we created a custom variables. So if I click on change, we have created messages. Messages, if you see, the type is input schema. So where is coming from the action. And then we need a request type. We need to analyze the sentiment and also the AI response. We'll check that in a minute how we can use them. But before that, we can go and we can check the actions. This is the action which we have used. We open it. Once you open the actions, you can check the interface. This is the post request which we have created. You have to keep the body input parameters as well as the output parameters. Then only you will be able to map these parameters inside your process, right? So once this is ready, you map those input and output parameters as a list. This is the same variable of the list which you created in process or custom variables. And in the outputs, we have kept the response tied to the AI response variable. So whatever response you will receive in the message part, the content of this structure, we have mapped that as AI response. Before calling this node, we have added one more step where we have written the script that what will be the role AI or model needs to play. We have given the context that you are an AI customer service routing assistant. Your task is to analyze incoming customer request and so on and so forth. So basically the expectation from the AI model is that it should behave as customer service routing assistant, and it should analyze the customer's request to determine the intent, and then it should assign a single word category. It could be billing, it could be technical, and whatever categories you provide, it will evaluate that, and it will evaluate the emotional tone of the request, whether it is neutral, positive, or negative. And you can format the output in such a way that you can segregate the output later. So what we have done is we have output format in such a way that it remains the category by separated by pipe symbol and the sentiment. So once we get it, we will be getting it in AI response, and we have provided content, whatever the description we will be receiving from the API input that will go as input to the AI model, right? So, and since we have added those, the process inputs are coming from here, so you can simply just pass it here as the input parameter. And once that is done, you can assign this to messages so that the messages is also filled. And then once you map AI response, you'll get all the outputting AI response. We have added another script here. What this script will be doing is we are receiving the response in AI response, and this will be done in the, like, we are saving it in a variable, and then here we can split it using the JavaScript methods. And once that is done, we can get the category as well as sentiment in the respective field. So we have, what we've done is we have created a custom variable for request type as well as sentiment. Once these are done, so essentially you have mapped, you have received the response from AI, and now you are segregating them and mapping them to individual variable, which we can use later in the approval forms. When we create any approval form, we need to make sure that we give the relevant details of the tasks which the reviewer will see in their inbox. And then we have to make sure that we have to set the priority, whether it's very high, low, medium, or high. And then who will be the approver. So if you have email addresses, you can find that, or if you have process data, so we kept it mapped to ourselves so that you can test it, the end-to-end process. Now, when you will be adding this step, you won't see all these input parameters because the approval form will be blank. Once you go to any approval form, it will come as blank unless you are creating it on the basis of any pre-existing form. Since we don't have any pre-existing form to take inputs, it was blank, and we have added this customer name, request description, what was the category which was listed by AI, and what was the sentiment which was given by AI. Right? And these are the buttons which will come by default. So once we add these and save this approval form, you have to come back to the process and map the relevant variables with the form elements. Once you click on this, we'll get the input, and here you will get all the 4 variables or 4 parameters which were visible in the approval form, and then you can map these. So once you click on this, you will have access to all the variables, custom variables and process inputs, and you can just map them accordingly. So here this is where the segregation will be very, very handy, because if you would have added the AI response directly, it could have the combination of category as well as sentiment, which obviously will not look good. So we segregated that using the script, and once this is approved, you can actually, if you want to add, you can add any approval or rejection notification here for the user. Once this is done, once the process is ready, all you need to do is you need to click on release. Once you release it, you can deploy it. Once you click on released, once you release the app, you will see the save button on the released version also. Once you click on it, one interesting part you need to make sure that is, in the previous exercises, we were using our private environment for deploying the app, but the issue which we faced were we were not able to access this process in the right way in build apps. So what we chose this time is that we chose the public environment. So the benefit of it is that if you deploy an app in public environment, at that point in time, you will be able to integrate and use that with SAP Build apps, because when we call and process from SAP Build apps, it in the backend, it checks for the environment ID if you are using the custom environment. But unfortunately, we won't be able to update the URL which SAP Build apps uses while calling the SAP process automation. So when you choose public environment, that point in time, that environment check doesn't happen. So that's why once you deploy it to public environment, you choose, while deploying, you have to make sure that you choose public environment, and once you click on deploy, it will ask you to set the destination. So the destination is, again, you have configured as SAP Build or whatever name you have given. You can again map it to there. And once that is done, once you have successfully deployed it, you have to go to your lobby. Then make sure that once you access this, go to your versions and then go to the latest deployed version. And then once you click here, you will see an option as publish to library. Once you click that, it will again get published to the library. So this step is really, really important to make sure that your process is visible to SAP Build apps during integration. Right? So that is then the part where the process automation part is complete. Now we'll focus on the SAP Build apps. We have created the app to check to provide the demo. So now once you go inside the customer build or the SAP Build apps, by default you will see a blank title here. But what we have done is we have kept some meaningful title, and we've added the two fields which we needed to provide the inputs. One is customer name, and another is request details or description, I can say. And then, so if you observe, by default, it will open an editable format. But once you release it, you can see different versions here. What are the different versions you have done? And then accordingly, you'll see all the release versions. So you'll come to that in a minute or so. And then once you have added all the inputs here, now what you can do is you can go to the variables, go to page variables, and you can add the input variables so that you can use them or map them at later stages wherever required. You've created two variables. One is customer name, one is request details, and this is the status text. We'll use this later to identify the status of the current request once you submit the request. And then once you add any input field, you can map this, you can label this, and you can map it. So once you go to value, to data variable, page variable, and then you choose this. So once you choose relevant page variable, it will get mapped to that. And here you can give the right meaningful name so that you will be able to at least identify exactly which component is here. If you want to go to this, you can again directly go from here and then again map the relevant value to the variable. And then only you need to make sure that is you enable the multi-line input as true. By default, it is false. So you have to make sure that you change the drop down to true so that when you provide multi-line input, it is fine, right? It accepts that. And then once you have to add a button, when you have to add a button, you can just drag and drop from here, right? And then you can accordingly, it will update it. So once you add a button, again, after that, what we've done is we have kept hidden text area where we have kept nothing, and we have just mapped that to the content status text. So whenever you click on submit request, it will call that. It will update the status based on the logic which you have defined here. We'll come to that in a minute. Before that, we have to make sure that we integrate the processes. So once we go here, this process comes here. So once how to do it is once you click on add integration, build library, and in our majority of the features and action, but you have to go to processes. Once you publish the library, this is the process which we have published. So once you choose this, it will be available in your integrations here. And once you come here, select this process, you'll see enable process button here. Once you enable it, this process will be available for this UI to integrate, right? So once we come back here, you select the button and then click on add a logic to the button. Now by default, component tab means that anybody clicks on the button, what should happen? So what we have added is we have added process here, which will be like trigger process. And here, once you add this, drag and drop this trigger process, you will be able to see which all process you want to map to. So here is we only have one process, that's why it is auto selecting it. And once you click on custom object, we'll see these are the inputs which are being expected from that process. So we have mapped this to page variables which were created. And what this will do is whenever we click on this form after filling the input details and click on enter, click on submit request, that form data will get passed to this process automation, and then it will perform all the process whatever it needs to. And meanwhile we'll set the page variable or the status as if it is successful. We have set it as process trigger successfully. Otherwise, if there is any error, we will capture the error message in using the output. So once let's say we have set a variable, what you can do is you can either get the value of set any static text as we have done in the case of success, or if you can also get the error messages from the output value the node, and then previous node basically, and then here you can actually check which all fields you want to add. So what we have done is we have checked the message, we have kept the message. So this error message will be displayed in case the process doesn't work, right? So this is how it looks. Now, once your app is ready, you can do a preview here. You can provide the input parameters and you can test it. Okay. So once you test it, you can click the request and you can test it, and then it will work like an app which is deployed on any portal. Okay. After that, once that is done, you need to make sure that you publish it. Once you click on publish it, first you need to make sure that you create a release version, because this will be the actual version which you have maintained. And once that is done, you will be actually seeing that in the version. So as I said earlier, these are the versions which have been released. This is the initial version, then some changes were made and we got the latest version. Once you click on this, if you don't select this version explicitly here, by default editable version will get opened. And once you click on this, you will open a released version, which won't be editable. You won't be able to edit anything in the released version, because that is not allowed. If you see this section is grayed out, you come here and then everything, whatever you change, but this is not editable. And after that, what you need to do is you can map it to SAP Build work. So before doing that, you need to make sure that you have access to SAP Build work zone, right? Once it is done, you have to click on here and then it will open the new tab. So once this is done, you can click on publish and then deploy. So once this is done, you can build and deploy. Once you come here, you won't see this configuration here. So you have to create a configuration first, which you need to deploy. If you click here, you can again give all the details which you want to deploy, and this will be the name of the configuration, and then what is the title of which you want to keep, what is the description you want to keep, and then whether you want to launch the app in the same tab or the new tab, and so on and so forth. Once you do it, let's say once you've kept it, copy this, and as soon as you enter this name, you'll see that okay, this is how the app will look like, and this is subtitle. This will look like this subtitle. And then if you want to give more information, right, so it will come here basically. So this way you can identify what exactly you want to, how you will be seeing it, and then you can change the icon picture here. You can give something else if you don't want to display anything, you can just remove it completely. Okay. Once this is done, once you click on create, it will create the build. It will create a configuration basically. And then, so we already have created a configuration. And once this is done, once the configuration is created, you have to select this button settings, and then you have to click on build. So once you click on build, it will take a few minutes, like 5 to 10 minutes. And once that is done, this will be showing as delivered. Once you click on this, see, this is the build, this is the configuration which has been built already. And then once this is ready, you will see all these details. And then after that, you can, once you click on deploy, it will be asked to which API endpoint, organization, and space you need to deploy this app, right? So how do we know that? Again, go back to the overview of your sub account. Once you go to the overview of your sub account, choose cloud foundry environment, and here you have API endpoint, you have org name. So once you choose this API endpoint, What will happen is we can go here and you can choose the API endpoint. This is the API endpoint which is available. Now, if you see here, we have the org name, right? This same org name is again available to the in the drop down. Once you choose that, and it is for the space, you can check either in the drop down if there is only one space, or if there are multiple spaces, you can come here and you can in the Cloud Foundry spaces, you can come and you'll see the list of spaces available here, and then you can select that accordingly. Since we only have one space, so it will choose in the drop down and select it, and you can continue. So once you click on this will be deployed. And once the deployment is done successfully, what you will see is you have to come to SAP BTP cockpit. So once you come back to SAP BTP cockpit, you have to choose the HTML5 applications. And once it is deployed successfully, come to SAP BTP cockpit and go to HTML5 applications. So here you will see the name of your application which you recently deployed. Right? Once this is done, you can click on the application name which you deployed, and then this will open in a test mode where you can directly test it. Right? So this is the customer tech API which we designed. If you give the details here and click on submit request, it will actually trigger the process in the background, and then it will proceed as expected. Right? So we don't want to do that here. We want to integrate that with the SAP Build workzone. So keep this name handy because these will be you can check that later. And once you go to SAP Build workzone, if you don't have any predetermined or pre-configured website already, you have to create. Click on create site, and you can just give a meaningful name which you want to say. Let's say this is once I click on create, this will add to the site directory here. And it will, if you see, this is the live training. And once you go to settings, you have to, you can just check, okay, these are the different things which are available. Now, site branding, you can change it, think that, okay, this is live training, and then you can change different things, whichever you want to modify. So once this is done, then what you need to do is you need to go to the channel manager, right? And then here you have to refresh it. Refresh means if you opened this SAP build workzone before deploying this app, you have to come here, and then this application will not be available unless you refresh it. Once you click on refresh, you have to go to content manager and you have to go to content explorer. So once you come back to content explorer in this HTML5, your app will be available here. You will be visible here. So since we have already added it, it is showing that, but let's say if I select this option, it will show an option of adding it. So once I add it, this will be available in the content manager here. So it is available. Once I added that in the content explorer, the app was available in the content manager, right? So once this is done, what we need to do is we need to go to, this is the role. This is the default roles which have been defined earlier. And here, once you go inside this, by default, your app will not be available. But if I click on edit, this button would have been disabled. It will come like this. And what you need to do is you need to enable it so that this role is assigned to your app is having this role, right? So since we already have it, we won't make any changes. And then what you need to do is you need to create a catalog. We have created a catalog. How you can do it is you just go here. So you can create catalog and then give a meaningful name. And then once you give a catalog, you can just assign to which app you want to assign that to. And we have just selected it similar way as by default it will be coming like this. It is disabled, and then we just enabled it, right? And then once this is done, what you can do is once everything is ready, you can go to your web app, which is SAP Build console. You can again go to the site directory, go to your site, and by default this will remain blank. So let's say you have to go to App Finder, and you will see the SAP Build catalog, and the customer intake AI will be available. So what you can do is you can click on pin, and you can choose to display it on my home. And once you enable it, then you can go back to your catalog. So this is the app which we have developed, and you click on this app. So it will open in a new tab. Again, the customer name, let's say it is trainer. We will test it. The app is, if you see now, before testing it, so this app is deployed here. So what we have done is we have achieved, once we created a process automation, then we created an SAP Build apps, and then we have integrated SAP process automation with the SAP Build apps, and then we have integrated the SAP Build apps to SAP Build workflow. So we have done end-to-end integration for the whole process. And then once you provide the details, let's just be examples. Let's check for the billing part. Let's say this is the request. So this is so I just take we are raising a request that we have checked our credit card statement and it was charged twice. This is unacceptable. With the customer is angry, and once you click on submit request, we'll update this. So we got the process. Okay, this process was triggered successfully. That means we can go to monitoring and check how the process is looking. Go to, if you see here, this is the request process which was triggered just now, and this is how the process looks like. That once you triggered it, you provided the inputs. Now you go to context. Again, this is the customer name, the request description which you provided, right? And then this is the AI input which we gave. So we have sentiment, we have request type, we have response, and we receive the response from AI in this format, and then we segregated them in individual categories and individual fields. And this is what we gave the role to AI. This is what we provided as a user that, okay, this is the requested description, and you need to identify what is the category and what is the sentiment. And once that is done, once that step was completed, means request type was identified. It is again called the segregate category, updated that, and then this is available in the inbox for the review, right? So once you open the inbox, you will see the list of requests which are available here. If you have triggered for multiple processors, you will see that multiple processors here. And if you see, this is the review request for trainer. This will have the approval form, and this is the name, customer name, request description which we provided, and suggested category is billing. And the customer is not happy, so it's kind of negative sentiment analysis, and then you can approve and reject the process. Once it is approved, you can again take an action. If you refresh it, this process is now completed. Since we are only checking the error and running an on hold status processes, that process is gone from here, right? And similar way, this is the app, but again, if you want to open the app again, you click on customer intake. Yeah, open the app, and then let's test the positive schema as well. Keep the name of Sabrina. You'll be loving the basic tire so far, and so and so forth. We'd like to upgrade, so customer is happy, and then they want to again upgrade their services. So once you click on submit request, it will trigger the process, and we got the feedback immediately that process was triggered. And then once you come here, you refresh it, and this is the request process which got triggered. Again, let's check the context what is the data which we received. Again, this is what we had provided on the app, and then the sentiment analysis came as positive. So request type is saved, and this is the category, right? So once you go to the logs, we go to inbox. Since it is already open, we have to refresh it to receive the new message. Once you go here, again, the AA category as saved, and then sentiment analysis is positive. Then all you need to do is you need to approve it or reject it. So since it is fine, we will just approve it. It is gone from here, and then this is the process. So if I refresh it, it can show as completed. This process will be gone since we have only tracking error running or on hold state of here. You can change if you want to choose the completed processes. Also, you can
you could drop down just select completed. So once you do that, all the completed process will come as well, right? So that's there, and then we can filter on the environment. For example, this is the public environment I'm looking for, so I keep only the public environment processes. So this is an end-to-end thing which we have tested. We have deployed SAP Build apps in SAP Build workzone and integrated the SAP Build apps with the process workflow. So this is all, and then once you come back to this, you can again go to control tower. And one more thing is, let's say you have deployed the app in the control tower. What you can do is, if you want to transport your app in your next systems, right? So you can maintain the tenant details here, whether it is development type or it is test, production. You can manage those tenant types accordingly, and can give the actual URL. We can map to that, and then we can choose whether you want to keep the same default identity service, or you can choose the custom identity service if you want to keep your own custom domain. And then once you apply the changes, that tenant will be ready, and then accordingly you can use them in your configurations. Once you come back to governance rules, and by default, when you create any project, these projects will be ungoverned by default because we can create from scratch. But you can also use the pre-configured template. So once you click on this, it will open an other process workflow. So it will open a pre-configured or pre-built template where you can check. You can take a reference. You can create a project governance, and then accordingly you can, if needed, you can use this template to add your governance, or you can create a new reference in this. So if you see, this is the API, this is the trigger which will happen, and in API trigger it will happen by calling this API in a process SAP Build apps, and then again we are setting the process status as a questionnaire. Then we are calling multiple actions, and again this is predetermined or pre-configured template for us to refer from. So once you are ready, then you can use it, or you can completely create from scratch. Same goes for transporting a project. That again, once you transport project governance, or once you click on this, this will also have a template which you can actually use and create your new transport governance. So if we go to approval flow, it's similar to that. We have similar steps for the reference, that initiate the approval, change the status, call some actions, and approve project transport. And if you see here, we'll approve project creation. So minor changes, but yeah, you have the template ready. You can refer it and you can create it accordingly. What kind of process you want to deploy, you can checks and remove them accordingly, right? So these are the things you can achieve. We have already gone to environments. You can maintain those things there and make sure that when you have configured any BTP destinations, those destinations must be added here. So before you can access them in your SAP Build apps or process automation, anywhere, these destinations must be added here. Otherwise, you won't be able to access the BTP destinations. Thank you.
Hey there! Want to build smart apps and use AI with ease? Our SAP Build plus AI course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build and AI. It helps you create apps, automate tasks, and add AI features without heavy coding. Our course covers everything you need to know, from basic concepts to advanced tools. It's designed by experts with real project experience. Your trainers are skilled professionals who have worked on SAP projects for years. They're here to guide you and answer your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our learners enjoy the course and the hands-on practice too. People just like you have used this course to build new skills and grow their careers. Best part? It is budget-friendly. This great chance to learn SAP Build and AI is available at an affordable cost. Ready to become an SAP Build plus AI expert? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech website.